Siwala alane sumna. Siwala alane. Oh. Yeah, there you go. There you go. Get you going. Get your fucking soul moving. Do you know what I mean? I feel like end of March, I want to host a sweat lodge. Get you all in there. Get you on the fucking ayahuasca. Do you know what I mean? Unlock your truth, bruv. Unlock your truth. What a cracky shite he's talking, eh? You know what I mean? What a cracky shite. What you doing? Ah, 10 a.m. on the 20th of Feb. I won't be live tomorrow because it's my birthday instead. Instead. I might be live a bit because that's my preference if it's true, but I think my mum's doing something for me. I don't know what, and it's not good. It's probably gonna be a disappointment like my whole life. Not to be disrespectful or unappreciative. Just let the beat wash over you. Peak stuff. This is. Say hello. Say it. Say it. Say hello. This apple fritter is a lovely strain, but it is way too easy to go through. I don't know. It's cheap, but it just evaporates. It's like cheap vodka, you know. This is a joke my dad always used to make. He always used to joke about how his vodka used to evaporate out of his glass because he only could afford cheap vodka. I realise now he was an alcoholic. It took me a long time to realise this. Say hello. Say hello. Also, this Sunday I'm going to have to process my ABV because this is beyond a joke. Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm not in a good mood. I'm clumsy. It's not that I'm in a bad mood. I'm just being clumsy right now. I need a bowl, I think. Say hello. Reverses sometimes though, doesn't it? Without bothering to say, yeah. Ah, one lone magpie. Good morning, Mr. Magpie. Where's your friend, huh? Go on, where's your boyfriend or girlfriend? I'm gonna need to see them. By the riverside. Yeah, there he is. Want me by the river. Say hello. Say hello. Say hello. Say hello. I love this tune. I love it. Happy Friday, the 20th of February, 2026. We've made it this far. There are only, what, 25 hours, 35 hours remain until I will have been alive exactly 37 years. Mate, you're horrible to him. I love his stream. I love his Football Manager. I think it's well entertaining. I don't know. I think I get him really excited. I think because I'm not horrible to him, so I think I get him excited, and then he wants to keep playing because it's fun. He outlasted me. I had to go. I was like, I can't. When he went onto that new account, I was done. I was like, right, no, I'm a bad influence, mate. They won't let it though, will they? Because it's Australian. See, like, "Qua, mate, she's a stunner." That's the Australian word. Oh well. I prefer slightly arrogant servants. The guru, but I'll take it. Well done, Hammerlam. That's sublime. Yeah, this shit's lateral, brother, right? You can't be saying that it's a silly word and then not. Yeah, I don't know how I got that either, but the second that he said it's a funny word for a 5-year-old, I was like, right, just tap into your own sense of humour. Nailed it. Oh, shit. Even still, like, it wasn't trivial, do you know what I mean? I still had to use the powers of deduction. This menace looks immense. The power of my inner child. That's right, exactly. Has anyone seen this? Think XCOM meets, like, realism. More realism. Looks really cool. Anyway, I know that's not what we are here for. We are going to see if we can work out this fool. There is a little time-traveling mushroom. It's inside the game. We're going to work out what is happening. It's always the same. They say it could be just a bug, but I say that's the Fargoids. It's not a fucking bug, 'cause it happens for us all. Wait, October Consortium Agreement signed? What's this? Oh, well, okay, maybe there's one bit of it that doesn't happen for everyone all the time. But did you see my update? Did you see? It doesn't happen for me on body 1. Body 1's Radicoidas do not invoke this Super Cruise hopping thing. It's Friday, baby. Oh yeah, we saw 2 magpies this morning. I'm not a particularly superstitious man, but the quantity of magpies present in my geographical area, I do sometimes believe aligned to my future. Why can't I see YouTube? I don't salute them, no. I'm the king. The king doesn't salute. I didn't fucking sign into it. Right, sorry. Is YouTube live? Bye, I apologise. I've now seen your message. I've never followed it, no. But someone has tested following it while time skipped. I will agree that I didn't test them all. That's all I can say. I see you now, Bite. Who's ungrateful for what? Huh? What does this mean? Walking on water, how to make you baby. Yeah, so was it you that did the test? Sorry, mate. It's hard for me to keep track of who's doing what tests, but I know roughly what tests we've done. Does that make sense? Yeah, and you can follow him. If you wake scan him, you can follow him. And he does like 6 or 7 jumps and then goes to a station. That's it. Walking over wonder. And someone who tested it, time skip, said it's the same. Walking on a wonder. I don't know how to make you, baby, every time I drink. Oh, really? I thought he high wakes. I thought he does a couple of jumps. Then he flies to a station. I've not tried this yet. Excuse me. Are you definitely using the the wake scanner to follow his wake? Like you target the wake and then press jump. That's the only way to force the game to put you back in with... Oh, excuse me. I will need to go and blow my nose in a second. Weird. I like this song. This literally fully encapsulates, like, my position in life. Except for my kids, like, I don't like being free from her. If anything, that feels like a prison of its own making, but... What can you do, eh? What can you do? Genuinely close to just becoming a full-blown criminal, using my mind for my own gain. Genuinely just fuck it. Do you know what I mean? Just travel, rip people off, live for me. But obviously I won't do that, don't worry. Very strange. Is this all time skipped, Bite? You're doing all this time skipped?
Orbital flight engaged.
I should say, I've never done it. Like, I've never met this seat of Spain. I've never been there, so I'm not very knowledgeable on it, to be honest. Like, I can try, and I'll go later today and give it a go, but right now I'm in the middle of these, so there's only so much I can help, because I don't really know much about it. I see what you mean. So you can remain skipped. Breathe out. Because that's not like fucking unnerving. Oh my god. Time travel me. I think this is the record for the closest we've ever been to a Radicoida site. Okay, well, it did it. Hot damn, child! What you been seeing up in here? Beyblade. So far, all I can find on Cetus Bane is commanders that use it to harvest Earth relics and to kill Cetus Bane for whatever comes out of his ship. Earth relics, really? I want some of them. I know that's not what you're there for, but... So here's the problem with this place, right? It moves. It doesn't move. Okay. What are these? These look like old names from the first games, don't they? Like Lee Zikni, Zalada, Jadlilki. These all look like names. Omega Andromeda is nearby. What the fuck? Okay. K already looks like Welsh or Celtic. Right, I need the Le Toilet, so do bear with me while I deal with that, and then on my return we'll try and do another test here. So hopefully something will change enough that we'll actually be able to test the Super Cruise on Body 1. I'll be right back. Won't be long. Right, sorry about that. I also needed to fill up my big bottle of water, which is all done now. I am locked in. Morning breaker. You die, mate! It's curious that Planet 1 is so huge and it only has 3 sites, and the 3 sites there don't currently seem to invoke this gliding capability. So let's see, if I glide down to this one, will it re-time skip me? See, so here's the challenging thing about it. This body is tidally locked, right? So it also doesn't have a light-dark cycle. Like, it's tidally locked. It's always facing the planet, the sun. So it's very difficult to observe these differences because it doesn't rotate relative to its orbit. But currently it would appear that this doesn't happen When I glide down to sites on body 1, it doesn't seem to invoke this Super Cruise skip functionality. Maybe it's only this one. Maybe it's only the high metal content world that does it. I don't know. Is Rosen hit? Rosen? I don't know where Rosen's been trying it. Normally, 2A is our preferred body because of its quick spin, but it could be that that's why it does it. You know, we don't know. But okay, I swear these first footfalls have changed. Yeah, I haven't read that yet. October Consortium Agreement signals end to HIP 87621 Enclave conflict. An agreement has reportedly been reached between October Consortium and a coalition of the remaining powers within the Enclave, ending large-scale hostilities in the region. The October Accords formally places HIP 87621 under the custodianship of the October Consortium, who will act as chair between the remaining Enclave powers to ensure neutrality is maintained. Under the terms, the corporation will also retain responsibility for system security and commercial rights, with authority to defend those interests if challenged. The talks are also understood to have focused on shared scientific access to Radicoida Unica and cooperation on research initiatives following the recent publication of promising genetic findings by Dr. Casimir of the Holloway Bioscience Institute. The Casimir effect is something to do with quantum mechanics and has implications in time travel. The coalition involved an informal alignment of Imperial Alliance and independent power forces had recently announced a non-aggression pact intended to prevent further escalation in the Enclave. Analysts suggest the arrangement had created space for diplomatic settlement rather than decisive military resolution, with no single power claiming majority control over the Enclave. I need to toke this quick, hang on. Sources close to the recent discussions confirmed that the Federation was not represented, having lost its foothold in the Enclave during the opening stages of the conflict. That's really dangerous. President Felicia Winters was unavailable for comment. Oh god. In the past months, the powers ejected from Enclave conflict have increased their offensive activity within the core systems against the remaining Enclave powers. Analysts have concluded that a rapid diplomatic ending to the Enclave conflict was required to allow redeployment of forces to defend against this aggression. The rise of Lexi October and the growing influence of October Consortium since the discovery of Radicoida Unica has not gone unnoticed, however, and Vox Galactica has confirmed that an interview with the consortium's reclusive chief executive has been secured for an upcoming future series. Someone explain to me, why isn't Professor Radix being involved in any of this? Why are we hearing about Dr. Casimir? Casimir, as I say, it is weird. Engaging Super Cruise. No visual change. Okay, I'm going to attempt to test to validate that body 2A's biological sites, when travelled to, invoke this new Super Cruise thing. Pranav's doing really well in this area. I mean, it's hard to compete with Ashlyn Duval. She just gets so many players behind her. You know, the anti-slavery, blue-haired little uwu chick is, yeah. She gets the pussy vote. Do you know what I mean? It's a rough one. The simp vote. It's a big vote, simp vote. It's dead. I think I left it too long. I think when I was sat there chatting, it was just like heated, vaporizing.
Orbital flight engaged.
Okay, new skip. Cool. Will we ever get a ship that just has an uninterrupted pane of glass over the whole front? Do you know what I mean? Like, whatever manufacturer came up with that design would win the whole industry. I'm looking at the bright star on the left of the gas giant. Is it getting bigger or smaller? What way are we moving? Looks like it's getting bigger, right? Looks like the planet is moving, the planet we're on is moving to the left relative to the gas giant, which means that star is becoming more visible to us as we travel in that direction, right? So if I did have a stashed thing right now, we'd be able to watch that star on the left disappear. Ready? What does it mean, my friends? I just don't know. Body 2A makes you have a stashed one. I don't know, no, I don't know. I don't know if it means anything for me, no. Let's test 2BA. Let's test 2BA. Isn't Yuri Grom? Yuri Grom's ex-Federation, right?
Orbital flight engaged.
New skip inbound. That was practically imperceptible. What's changing? I need to see a star move or something. What is our orbital speed? I do not know. We're orbiting this moon 2B. 2B is going round. It's spinning fast. 2.6 days around the gas giant is nothing like this one, but it moves in opposition, and we should see this one spin back in the same way. Okay, so we need to do that. We need to use 2A's position. Okay, so that should visibly move for us. And likewise, it is moving at it's at a high orbital speed, okay, A. B, it's moving in the opposite direction to us. So it is moving at a relative speed of our orbital speed plus its orbital speed, which is very fast. So as long as we wait a few minutes, we should see it non-trivially jump if we have a stashed supercruise jump. I am feeling like I'm seeing movement. Did you see the 1.58? The issue is it's on the point of its orbit where it's coming towards us. Right, so I'm on 2BA. And I just stashed a supercruise time skip. Cheers, Hammerlam. What? You're seeing this, Rosen, right? You seeing it. You're not like thinking I'm crazy. Like, you're seeing what I'm doing. You know, you understand. You know how the game works. You know the controls. You are able to emulate anything I do and do harder things than I can do in this game. So, like, when I do something, you know what I've done, right? You know just then. All I have the left square brace character or key configured to supercruise low wake, and the right square brace character configured to high wake or jump. Then I have J configured to the contextual, either dependent on what I've got targeted, right? So in that scenario there, when I invoke that, I pressed the left square brace once, which invoked the jump, and then upon visually observing that, I pressed it again to cancel the jump, or the low wake. Wrong word. So, but we've now cleared it, right? And it seems repeatable, right? Like, if I now go up... Did have a laugh last night on Frenchie's stream. I can't believe he finished his Spennymoor playthrough. I'm so glad I got to see the end. Oh dear. So I did just reskip, right? And I believe that means I just recharged. We're going to test that again. And then if that works, so once this goes to 1.59 light seconds, we'll test the supercruise. And if it jumps back in its orbit to 1.60 light seconds, then that will confirm that we can simply recharge or re-scoop the Radicoida around the body too. That's what currently appears to be the case. We need to validate that 2BB also invokes this, but in the interim, I would like to also validate the supposition that using SCO clears said... It clears it. I think it might. In which instance it begs the question... Is there a variation on whether you have SCO fitted or not? Testing. Did not recharge us. Did we actually leave the distance of it? Did we actually go more than 90 away from the bio site? Maybe not. on. Took over to 1.59. It went back to 1.6. Okay, that's further away. Okay, cool. Yeah, nice. That was the wrong. I thought it was going the other way. Okay, cool. Right, sweet. Peek up. Right, now we definitely just reset, right? And now the question is, did that reset us? I'm not certain in the last one I actually went far enough away. I may have only gone to like 86. Or just around the 90 kilometer. I didn't properly leave into Super Cruise and come back, you know? I don't know what the limit is on how sticky these instances are, if you know what I mean. It's like, look, okay, like, I don't know. So now I can just go up. We'll test the SCO. No, I can't test the SCO. What am I saying? I can't test the SCO. The only way to test the SCO is to... Okay, I'm going to try... Has anyone tried doing the skip at the crash site? Physically, like being at the crash site and then invoking this... There's no way to test SEO. The only way to use SEO is to be in Super Cruise, and being in Super Cruise means you've just used the thing that you stashed by doing the glide. Do you know what I mean? So it's just like a cyclical thing. It's impossible to reach that state by virtue of the flow of states. And obviously for your fine, Rosen, like you definitely put your full focus into calls and that. I understand this is very interesting though. And yes, it doesn't work for either that or the general button at 2A. I ought to test whether it works for the general button, hey.
Orbital flight engaged.
Oh, this is good. We were... Oi, 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 mamma mia! So we re-skip, but we're gonna skip it 2 kilometers above the crash site. Maybe that will yield something different to our eyes. Maybe that ship crashes right as it skips.
Thank you for following with Kashki.
Takuya. I don't know what those little characters mean, but GG's. Velkommen. How is it that it says in brackets Takuya 1995, yet the characters to the left aren't that? Even the numbers aren't that. What does that mean? How do you have a language where 9 is 6? What if 6 were 9? That's a banging tune, that is. What if 6 were 9? Right. Beautiful. Thank you for adhering to the rule, Takuya. We have a situation.
Orbital flight engaged.
I like the blue. Yeah, bite. Yeah, okay, sorry, mate. I was aware that it was part of a very old treasure hunt. Sorry, when you said what you know about it, I thought you meant in the context of this, not... Did we wait, we didn't did we re-skip? Did we just re-skip? I didn't even see. Shit, I wasn't even looking. I'm so like haphazard about it now. Are we skipped? We should be. We can't be at a Radicoida and not be, but... Yeah, but it is a weird one. This system is like a cassette that keeps on getting rewound. And for some of us, it rewinds far more often than others. And we're trying to work out, what is that about? What is happening? So for me, when I glide down and I'm near the biological site, it didn't work at the crash site, did it? Doesn't interacting with him give you like a decal or something, or like a skin? Okay. I had sleepy dust, sorry, that was all I was trying to deal with. But you're right, actually, a bit of... Okay, so... Yeah, word. Orbital bone is correct. Yeah, this is the orbital. The orbital socket. In a mature adult, it is one fused structure. I am biologically a mature adult, I should say. Biologically, crucially. So the test I wish... So we should now have the skip stashed. But so, Takuya, do you see your username as the numbers 1665? But then that shows in the translation as 1995. What's that about? Is the number 9 in Japanese the number 6? I assume you don't use Arabic numbers. Yeah, you see that response. Oh, I see. You get to type in separately what the English translation of your name is, I think. I'm assuming that there's a translation happening that isn't happening. It's you doing it. Okay, I think I understand. Okay, cool. GG's. Thank you for teaching me. Okay, so... Right, guys, I need you to watch the gas giant, right? And what we're looking for is when I charge the Super Cruise, it will move and it will obscure the star that's underneath it from this perspective. I'm going to watch the crash site, okay? I can't watch both. Okay, I did see it move, and the crash site did not change other than the POI slightly moving. Which would make sense, because the planet physically shifts, and then it all moves in place. What do they want us to do? Why doesn't it happen for everyone? Why is it all of the 2 related bodies, but not 1? Can we confirm that? Does 2BB charge up? Frontier is one of the oldest video game development companies on planet Earth. They set the precedent for 3D gaming as a concept. The idea of saying we shouldn't expect too much from Frontier when they are a company that literally invented 3D gaming is insane. I'm sorry, it is insane. Like, Agreed, Crazy Bite. I do agree with that. What you said there. I don't mean to call you insane, actually, Takuya. Sorry, that's way too strong. I just mean, you know, what I'm saying is, like, that is true. Like, before the first Elite game, the concept of 3D gaming didn't exist. Like, that is a huge deal. So, like, we should expect big things. David Braben did that alone. And now he has a team of over 100 people focused on the Elite Dangerous full time. Their full-time life, their entire life, is paid for by thinking about and developing this game. Hundreds of, like, over 100 people. So the idea that we shouldn't expect big things, I don't know. Did you do the Titans and stuff, Takuya? Have you played much Elite Dangerous? Surely if you have, you understand that it's an amazing game that can generate life-changing experiences like battling the Titans and discovering undiscovered stuff. I know that obviously because we love the game, we get very frustrated by the bugs that are present, and we wish that they would just fix them all, and I do completely resonate with that at times as well. I get really frustrated with some of the bugs, and I just, yeah. But at the end of the day, they've clearly built this. And we're going to learn what it means. So we will skip. Instantly when we enter the glide. Yeah. That was delayed. That system link error came through when all the planets moved. Oh, new scientific perspective. Okay, the easiest body to track to validate this is 2A again, isn't it? Because it moves so fast. So again, it should move towards us, and we'll just wait for it to move to 1.60. Wait, what's our situation? What's that one, Bite? Are you talking about the other one? Okay, ready? Right. So, Super Cruise engage. It didn't charge us. 2BB didn't charge us. Right, wait. Wait, sir, do not tell me these things. Do not tell me that he does this ways. No, 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 no. Go up. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, my head's well in this. Like, that to me is old and separate, and it might be that there's information to uncover in what you're pursuing that will be valuable here, but I don't think I have the mental space to fully cope. I can talk about it, but I can't, like, I can try and think of tests, but right now, the best of my knowledge, it is possible to follow Cetus's Bane stuff all the way to a station, and there was something about the station that he goes to that was interesting, but I can't remember exactly what it was. It was like it was always part of a certain faction or something.
Flight engaged.
Methinks. Right, so... watch them. See the star on the bottom left of that planet? Okay. It doesn't look like much because we're only doing a short... It's like a cassette tape. And when you first go to a biosite at the beginning of the session, it's very clear that you time travel because the cassette tape winds you back to the 14th of August, 3301. But then once you're at that point and time starts again, which just happened then, we got rewound and time's continued. When we then do another jump, it's only straight back to where we just were, which isn't that clear. So at other sites, what we just did will have recharged our super cruise ability to time skip. And so that planet is coming towards us, and we just need to patiently wait. For goodness sake, I want to stay up there, please. And it's still going to let me, is it? All who are able, please do rise. I can't say that I'll keep you healthy if you watch the stream, but I will keep you a little bit healthier than if you didn't take these little stand-in sessions. We just ticked into the 1.60 light seconds. I'm going to pump the super cruise. 2BB does not charge the super cruise. It's only 2A and 2BA. Could it be that it's only certain types? I've not tried all of these biosites. Oh, Takuya, I apologise. I didn't see your question. And no, I've not heard of Capsule. Worth mentioning that I play music on Twitch, and if you're not into my music, you can always catch the stream on YouTube, which is exactly the same, but with no music. So you can play your own music, or just listen to the game. I like to keep that little choice open to you all. You get to pick a little component of the mood. So, I mean, right now I don't think I want to test all of these, but I do also want to know. So, scratch that. Ah, shit. Shite bags. I didn't mean to. Rosen, your spreadsheet. I think it's your spreadsheet. With the bodies and the coordinates and the size. And the time shift, yes. Same shift, yes. I've added a time shift Super Cruise recharge column. Oh, really? What did you steal? The actual spreadsheet? Or just the data about the coordinates and that? Because yeah, to the best of my knowledge, they're still not investigating the time shift thing, are they? Other than anyone that's in canon and happens to be in the stream, if you know what I mean. Like, to the best of my knowledge, the way that canon are investigating it are people that are interested in it, that are members of canon, are chilling out here or looking at it and then talking about it elsewhere. I don't believe there's like an active canon investigation. I think we'd have a lot more data if there was. Yeah. Well, be careful if you bring it up, because I tried and I ended up choosing to just leave because, well, that was my decision. Has anyone seen the latest from FleetCom as well? I actually kind of... Like, it's funny to me that... So, literally, I recently... Like, I won't go into in too much depth, but I did leave the Children of Raxa Discord after discussing this time travel a few times and getting essentially battered down. And the sort of the straw that broke my back was... And this isn't like a personal grievance against anyone, it's more that they hold a role in the hierarchy of the organization, and we're like sending the message to the wider organization that they shouldn't pursue or look into what I was discussing. But yeah, and so one of the people that's... Well, I can't avoid it, I'll just say, like, Andrew Gasper, who is the one that runs the Thimbleful, who's in core, hadn't been active in core because he's been so busy with FleetCom, but came back in, read my stuff, half read it, didn't know what he was talking about, because he ended up making a bunch of statements, like really pointed, like calling me deluded and stuff for looking into it. And that was what pissed me off, and I was like, right, I'm out. If the leaders here are going to be that like nasty to people just for looking into data that they're finding in the game, then I'm just done. But it's interesting that he's the person that's writing allegedly all this lore in here. So he said that looking into time travel is pointless and there's no time travel in the game. And then if you go into FleetCom, where is it? Oh my god, it's a bit unwieldy, isn't it, at this point, this server? Right, so yeah, look. So these are posts that they're adding about the story. So 16th, this was released, yeah? This is the latest bit of lore as part of their story. So you can find this stuff in Meta Elite, but if you're not interested in Meta Elite, then keeping up with this channel is how you're supposed to, like, know what's happening with the story of Distant Worlds 3. And the latest one is that they found this message, and then they're talking about it, how it was a long way away. And then they have to talk to this liar professor, who's one of the characters of the Distant Worlds 3 campaign, because she has a degree in temporal theory, which literally is a degree in time travel theories. And she talks about how this message... Well, I mean, what they're talking about here is how this message is from the past. You recognise the part where it says Ufva Tau T? Yeah, I looked it up. It was a rather brief period in Federation spaceflight. It's United Federation vessel. Probably something with Tau Ceti. It would put it around the late 2700s to the early 2800s. So they're saying that they're receiving a message from the past. So, like, clearly, demonstrably, there is a time component to the Distant Worlds 3 story that's playing out. And I believe that we have stumbled across the same... Like, they've had approval from Frontier to run this story. And they would have, I'm certain, been given guidelines that they need to stay within and certain key concepts or points that they wish this story to hit, right? They would have given them a lot of free reign to write the story how they wanted, but they would have said, you have to get this, this, and this point done. And I reckon one of them would have been this time stuff with the fleet carriers. And then all this shit. And so it was, yeah, it's interesting. I'd urge you to all read this stuff. But this post... And you see how, like, like, Liar is here. Like, that, it reads like tongue-in-cheek context building. But she's making a point here. She's making a point that, like, they are using some sort of time-based system in order to do real-time telepresence conversations across insane distances that defies the laws of physics. She says, funny, isn't it? And then she's like, yeah, I get it. Like, and the point that they're playing out here is to Halsey, this is just a thing that they use. But, like, that's how I read this. Liar is pointing out that, like, okay, like, I feel like she's been looking into this stuff. She's realising that there's a time travel component. She's realising that the only way they can do this communication is by using some sort of transport medium that's outside of time. Which space, right? And I think that's what's happening. Ruben Hale from Tion Isla. Don't worry, Rosen, I'm going to do that in a minute as well, so it's up to you. I'm going to fill out that spreadsheet. I'm going to get it fleshed out and get all the data. I'm also going to get screenshots at recorded locations looking at specific bearings for each one as well, and then we can have that documented, and then at future points in time we can take the same screenshots again, you know? Yeah, I know. Yeah, it would be useful. It would be useful. Okay. 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 December 17th, 2025. This is the story that continues from Halsey's video, where she goes to Tionisla. The annex smelled faintly of old metals and preservation oils. Display plinths held relics from a less cautious age, battered jump beacons, scorched drive coils, a flight recorder whose housing had bubbled like toffee under heat. Holograms drifted above each piece, annotating manufacturers long since defunct. Cowell and McGrath, Kruger, Iricon, Lance and Furman, even the Galcop Standards Bureau. Jasmina Halsey walked between them with Azalia, a soft presence at her shoulder. Ambassador Kufrik Delaney kept pace a few steps back, hands folded over his cane, the picture of diplomatic restraint. Public interest had surged the moment her arrival leaked. The main galleries thrummed with visitors and local press, but the annex was quiet by design. A single glass wall looked out towards the Tionisla orbital graveyard, its glittering procession of sarcophagi sliding past on patient vectors. Dr. Reuben Hale, thin, grey-eyed, hands permanently smudged with the ghost of workshop grit, waited by a long work table. He didn't offer a handshake. He inclined his head, pursing his lips at the delay. "Madam President?" "Jasmina, please," she said. "Titles make people stare." "They were staring already," Hale replied, not unkindly. His gaze flicked to Delaney. "Ambassador?" "Dr. Hale," Kufrik said, with the cordiality of old sparring partners. "Still labelling things properly, I trust?" "Someone must retain standards," Hale murmured. He gestured to 3 objects laid out beneath a sheen of stasis film. "Before we talk about visions, we should agree on the terms of our discussion." Halsey glanced at Kufrik. He returned an "I told you so" look. "Ancient hyperspace physics," Halsey said. "Which space, if you prefer the older word? I know I do." Hale's mouth twitched. "Then a brisk tour is required." He drew breath and launched into a rapid-fire, I don't know what that is, precise? Clearly recited often. I will update you in a bit, Charlie. Sorry, I'm just going to read this first. The story begins in the 23rd century. Primitive hyperspace jump engines, high casualty rates. It took 600 years to even partially master the technique. The first privateer vessels began explorations in the 2800s, following construction of the Faraway system. "Far away?" Kufrik asked. "Very poetic." "Indeed," Hale said. "Also complex, inefficient, and ruinously expensive. A lattice of monitoring satellites, branch lines, stop points and rescue stations, all built at sublight along the major routes. Hundreds of channels in the end. It took decades. I wonder if we can find this shit and we've just never tried. Like what they're saying is, do you get what this means? It was built at sublight. It means humanity spread in the stars for hundreds of years before we had the ability to jump places. So you had to travel to the destination at sublight to set up the route, Azalia queried. Precisely. No wonder it took decades, Jasmina said, nodding. It's from this period that your term witch space originates, Hale continued. Back then, hyperspacing ships required external help to initiate the jump. The system was sensitive. Oh my god. Look, they're restating it all. Misconfiguration risks are listed as atomic reorganization and time misplacement. I imagine that would have quite the egregious effect on the Constitution, Kufrik volunteered. Quite, Hale said, with an irritated glare. Unsupervised jumps were extremely dangerous. Many ships were lost. Travellers believed hyperspace was haunted. The ghosts of the early ships that went into Faraway and didn't come out again. Hence witch space. A large number of ships never returned. Their fate remains unknown. I'm surprised anyone travelled at all, Azalia said. It was a different time, Hale allowed, a thread of nostalgia there. More primitive, but more daring. I bet you he's from the past. And then? Jasmina prompted. Or he's been back there and lived there for a bit and then come back. Technological progression made far away obsolete by the 32nd century, Hale said. A fascinating detail, the discovery of Quirium. Quirium? Azalia asked. A wonder fuel, Hale said, smiling. Powerful, stable, contained, the foundation on which an entire superpower rose and fell. You've heard of Galcop, of course. Jasmina and Azalia nodded. It powered everything, and it revolutionized hyperspace travel, Hale went on. No more faraway lattice. A modern experience we'd recognize today, crossing light years in moments. Magical. But Galcop collapsed, Azalia said. If I remember my edu classes correctly. Yes, Hale said, cutting a glare towards Kufrik. In 3174, Galcop ceased to be. You can blame our Imperial friends. I'm not sure you can lay the collapse entirely at the Empire's door, Kufrik replied, wryly amused. I could make a persuasive attempt, Hale scowled. Regardless, it fell, and Quirium's secret fell with it. Lost. A tragedy. Federal and Imperial hyperspace science lagged by decades, centuries even. Weeks again to travel between systems, until very recently. The frameshift drive, Jasmina whispered. Azalia folded her arms. We rebuilt the ladder without the original rungs. Nicely put, Hale agreed. And somewhere between the rungs, people fell. In the annals, we call them the missing. Jasmina looked up. The missing? Our collective term for vessels that entered hyperspace throughout history and did not return. Oh, fuck off. What just happened? I really do hate that quote feature. I really do resent it. The way that I read by highlighting the text. It's the easiest way for me to read. And I can't tell you how often that thing stitches me up. Like, it really bothers me. For the most part, it's incomplete logs, corrupted beacons, survivor testimony that doesn't survive peer review. You'll find the generation ships in the list. It's a complete menagerie of vessels, in fact, and yet occasionally there are patterns, curious anomalies. Jasmina shivered, like a faint signal from ghosts, Kufrik offered, then softened it with a small smile. Or the coincidences that committees redact. Residuals, Hale corrected briskly. Noise with structure. I'm convinced it's some kind of signal, but we've never been able to isolate it. Simply not enough actual data. Halsey's gaze drifted to the glass wall, to the slow ballet of the graveyard beyond. I heard them in my dreams long before the doctors taught me the phrase auditory hallucination. Like a pulse under everything. A pulse, Hale tapped the table. I've reviewed your auditorium recording. It contains traces of the same cadence. Oh, wait, right. We're going to have to watch that video with the spectrometer running. What the fuck? I know you can't hear this on YouTube. I'm sorry. Okay. I didn't see a thing in that. Did you? Oh, for fuck's sake. Why was it on that when I don't know why. Sorry, you didn't see any of that. Sorry. Oh, for fuck's sake. I don't know why it did that at all, because I closed the game deliberately so that it wouldn't do that. Sorry about that. It's really hard to keep track of all the different screens I have going, so apologies. So YouTube really sucked then, because you couldn't see a thing, you couldn't hear anything. I'm really sorry. Like, you were meant to at least be able to see the video and read the subtitles while I was doing the Audacity. That's what I actually had on the screen and I was doing. I just literally, with the mic up, I can't see the OBS because it blocks my left screen. It's so frustrating. Oh, I just need money, guys. Sort me out. Just need a few 100,000 followers, please. Then I can have an extra screen and a better mic and it would all be better. There's nothing obvious spectrographically in this that I'm seeing. Look, I don't see any evidence of that in this, within the range that I've selected at least. I've reviewed your auditorium recording. It contains traces of the same cadence. I'm convinced it's not a hallucination, but a fingerprint. A witch space signature, if you like. We've discussed terms, Doctor. What can you tell us about the origin of this signal? What does it mean? Patience, he said. There is more you need to know first. As Alia glared, Jasmina lifted a placating hand. Hales slid aside the stasis film. The first object was a Galcop Flytops ledger. It's just in this thread. The first object was a Galcop Flightsops ledger. Paper, actual paper. Its entries ruled in violet ink. The second was a data wafer in an archaic format. The third was a hand-sized polyhedral lump of matte ceramic and gold mesh with 3 recessed sockets and an inset plaque. GC Conspec Quirium Control Unit Mark III. Hale touched the ledger with a reverent finger. This first artifact is a 31st century procurement note which reads Project Caretaker, Budget Line Transfer to Standards, Remit, Preventative Containment System for Emergent Machine Intelligence. Status unknown. Caretaker, Jasmina said, eyes widening. That can't be a coincidence. I suspect not, Hale agreed. I thought only I had heard that word, seen those visions, Jasmina added. It would appear, Kufrik said, that someone, perhaps many someones, were familiar with this in the Galcop era more than 200 years ago. And history has forgotten it, Azalia said, looking at her sister, until they contacted you. It mentions emergent machine intelligence, Jasmina repeated with distaste. Do you mean sentient AIs? The wording is elliptical, Hale said. As you're aware, such things were banned by treaty, but crucially not until after Galcop's collapse. Galcop were using sentient AI? It's not entirely clear, Hale replied. Let's say certain programs were renamed, relocated, or forgot themselves. But the word caretaker appears here and is also stamped on the reverse meta of this second artifact, the data wafer. The file is mostly corrupted. What remains suggests a supervisory intelligence capability linked to Quirium control hardware, something intended to monitor, shape, or restrain behavior at the interface between drive systems and navigation. Oh my god, this is... guys, I'm... Right, okay, bear with me. I think that this is what Raxler is. But anyway, so in the absence of the faraway system, as Alia said, they needed something to provide... It's not navigational expertise. This is incorrect. Azalia's wrong. Let's see. It's not about navigating space. It's about navigating time. It's about doing time skips so that you put yourself in the space. This technology gives you the ability to navigate space and time independently, but it doesn't change the fact that in our galaxy or in our universe, they are linked. So even though you can independently traverse one or the other, when you traverse time and then you are in that time, you will see the whole of space shift in the same way that when you are stationary in space, you see time constantly moving. So in the absence of the faraway system, they needed something to provide navigational expertise. Hale looked up, impressed. I think it's a reasonable conclusion. The faraway system, this is 100%. They are using space as the diversion, as the thing they want you to think about. They've already named in this thing at the beginning time misplacement. The faraway system was dismantled by this point. Well, mostly. Much of it was simply abandoned in the depths of space, not economical to retrieve. Sentient AI, Jasmina whispered, her gaze unfocused. This third architect is a Quirium control unit. It was standard issue for late Galcop witch drives, Howe added. This one is inert, or should be. I've studied hundreds. Most are merely deadweight curiosities without the rest of their supporting componentry. We've never been able to figure out how they worked. Jasmina's attention narrowed to the unit, the hairs lifted along her forearms, an old, unwelcome familiarity, like recognizing a lullaby in static. May I? Hale hesitated, then nodded. Of course. She reached out to the control unit. Her fingertips found the cool planes, the grippy little ridges where Tech's gloves once needed purchase. For a heartbeat, nothing happened. Then the room closed about her, echoing, shuddering, pulsing. It was subtle and unmistakable, a low, mechanical throb that wasn't sound so much as pressure, as if the deck had become a diaphragm and chosen delicately to breathe. Azalia's eyes flicked to Hale. Cuffrick's hand tightened on his cane. Halsey kept her palm where it was because the pulse carried a cadence she had already learned to dread and to follow. Out of true, she whispered. One miss in every so many. Hale had gone very still. He didn't move to instruments. He watched her, not the relic. You can sense the phase, he said softly. We've caught that rhythm in the lab only once and labelled it as environmental interference, so we told ourselves. Jasmina released her grip on the unit. The pressure receded as if a tide had slipped under the floor and out into the station's bones. Azalia let out a breath she hadn't meant to hold. I'll ask again, what does it mean? Hale's professional detachment frayed into awe. Madam Jasmina, he corrected. We catalogue phenomena. We do not normally experience them. You spoke of voices calling themselves caretakers. We have an internal project name that references the same, a remit about containment, and a control module that recognizes you. Clearly it has to be connected. Recognizes me, she tasted the word, or recognizes the thing speaking through me. Cuffrick's tone was gentle. Either answer argues for extreme caution and for keeping a proper chain of custody. Hale set the wafer beside the unit. Galcop was less constrained by rules and regulations. They were the first to really explore the frontier. If they coupled emergent intelligence to hyperspace, Those AIs might have somehow survived. Galcop's collapse was rapid and unstructured. Much knowledge was lost, and there were rumours of AIs escaping into the darkness. Azalia's brow furrowed. You think the caretakers are Galcop? Jasmina shook her head. No, that's not it. But something they did. Something survived them. Silence took the table for a beat, filled only by distant air handlers and the hush of the graveyard beyond the glass. Halsey looked down at the Quirium control unit, ugly and utilitarian. A tool for doing dangerous things in a controlled way. A fitting reliquary for a warning from the dark. Sorry, I just love it when, like, the name of my fleet carrier is the Umbral Reliquary. Like, I love it. A fitting reliquary for a warning from the dark. And like this is talking about a dark. Anyway, yeah. So what do I do? Take it on your expedition, Hale said, surprising himself with his certainty. It belongs with the person it answers. We'll document the chain of custody. The Alliance will howl. The Empire will raise an eyebrow. The Federation will insist on a copy of the paper trail. Let them. I'll keep the ledger and wafer. You take the beating heart. Azalia's mouth opened to object. Halsey touched her arm and she closed it again. On condition, Hale added, curator's caution returning. You permit instrumented access. We'll assign a team, mixed, neutral, to observe whenever you interact with it. No one probes the unit without your consent. No one attempts to power it. If it insists on being inert, we respect that. And if it insists on speaking, Halsey asked, then we listen, Hale said, properly, with numbers as well as its... Excuse me. Coverick cleared his throat, diplomatic velvet over iron. Oh, for goodness sake, sorry, I'm burping like mad here. Let me just get this sorted. I've accidentally swallowed some air. It's a big read, this, isn't it? Coverick cleared his throat, diplomatic velvet over iron. For clarity, Imperial indemnity requires that I witness the transfer and that a duplicate custody log be lodged with the embassy. No claim of ownership, Doctor. Merely record keeping in line with protocol. Hale's smile was brief and genuine. Imperial auditors never change. Governance and regulatory supervision. More paperwork. It saves arguments later, Kuvrik said, and I fear we're about to have a great many. Hale produced a case lined with non-reactive foam, set the Quirium control unit within, and sealed it. The faintest impression of pressure brushed Halsey's palms as the lid clicked shut. Jasmina, Hale said, offering the case. The missing left traces in witch space. If your caretakers are real, whatever real means at this point, this unit may guide you to them. Galcop tried to be careful. They also overreached. History is still being written here. Perhaps now is the time to find those witch space ghosts and put them to rest. Yeah, I think I've pissed people off because I've nailed it. I really do. They are trying to use narrative to distract from the fact that this is all related to time travel. And it's hilarious. Because we've already sussed it out. We need to get one of these and take it to the... Okay, good work, Jorrit. Could this be what's in the SAP 8 cores? I wish this were high enough resolution to read the actual text of it. We will go back into the game soon. I just So what entry was this? This one, Echoes of Galcop, is what we just read. And since then, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. But I've read... I've read this one. What's up, mate? What are you not following? Have you been on this website, the Distant Worlds Free website? Is this what you're not following? It's a big read, this. I'd recommend it. If you're into the whole mysteries and stuff, like this, in my opinion, like it says down here. No, wait, where was it? Um, I can't remember, but basically somewhere there's evidence that Frontier have given them access to, like, basically this is all real. This is all lore. This is all part of the real game. Like, it's not just a solely created by the players thing. Like, there is literal oversight from Frontier employees in the leadership of the Distant Worlds Free campaign. Like, it's a real thing. Oh, it's interesting. It's clearly time travel. There was nothing in that, though, was there? So we won't save that recording. There's no need to save a recording when they've never given us the permission to copy it, is there? We've just been doing some more tests to try and work out what's going on with the skips, which we're continuing now. No new start. No, no. Oh, sorry. I might need to just pop to Lou again. Right, we're gonna do a proper, detailed survey. Are they in chat, Jowly? That would be so hilarious. That would be so hilarious if they're like, "Oh mate, I found there's this time travel thing going on. There's this guy who's been streaming." You're like, "Wait, no, I'm Jowly." They'll be like, "No, wait, I." Did anyone in chat yesterday mention to one of their suppliers that they've been playing Elite, and that's why they were late? Can you imagine if it's like Rosen or something? Jorrit, are you here? I'm just in open, mate. So, yeah, you're Nijo, right? Might be bowl o'clock soon, but anyway. Damn, there's a Nijo in chat, and he's over in here with that. Now, he's got a little Fargoid sensor. Gonna take it to the Radicoida. But you want to go and see if they do anything. I know that they won't, because they are lazy little fucking fungi. Need to take it up into witch space, don't you know? Maybe if you do the super cruise trick. I don't know what it means, though. Right, so we're gonna fly around the planet using... We're not using... POIs. We're using... Oh, fuck me. I'm so fast. I'm so fast. Oh my gosh.
Flight engaged.
Okay, I see it. Okay, we're going to time skip and it should be quite visible. It's about 90. Do you know what? It's surprising the number of people that got into Elite 1 when they were in their, like, early 20s, right? And that meant that, you know, they got into it then. And then as games came out over time, they kept into it. And then when Elite came out on the PC in 2015, there's a lot of people that were like, go on then, I'll get a basic PC to play my old favourite franchise. And they're sort of unsung heroes of the franchise in a sense, because there are literally hundreds of thousands of undocumented players of Elite that Frontier know about, that they get the ARX payments from and stuff, but that don't show up in like the Steam data and stuff like that. So a lot of people think that like, oh, Elite's dropping off because the player base isn't that huge. There's a whole bunch of people that are unseen. Oh, Amaze. Yeah, that's amazing. That was, so the big thing I would love to build, the technology idea that I had in my life that I feel would be the most impactful thing I could do, was an invention I had during the lockdowns, a company that I think I would still call With You. And what the invention is a new type of light bulb that you can just plug into an existing light socket, and it scans the space beneath it fully so that it can be recreated in 3D in real time. So essentially, like, being able to transmit like the space beneath a light bulb into the internet so that people in other places can experience in VR teleporting into that location. And exactly like you described, that was why I invented it, was because I'd just moved out from being near my daughter. I was missing her loads. I was round the corner. I had VR, and I was like, why can't I experience being in the flat or in her house? Obviously, there's privacy concerns with that, and that needs to be worked on. But fundamentally, the technology at its core could be sick. Can you imagine Google Street View being real time, where every street light is a surveillance camera, essentially? And like, can you imagine if you work at 999 and someone phones to say, oh my god, this is happening, and you can just like in VR be in the street where they're reporting it, and then be straight on the phone to the police saying, right, like, you need to go there, they're at this location, telepresence into there, and you'll be able to see what's happening. Do you know what I mean? Like, can you imagine being a fireman, go into a large fire in a block of flats, and be on the way being able to VR in to the corridor where the fire started and seeing what's happening, like with the remaining cameras that are still got. Oh man, the potential for it is huge. I'm not seeing this move. This body should be moving, and it's not. I think it's because the width of its orbit is less than noticeable at this scale. Like, where we're so far away from it. No, I can't see if they've moved. Do you know what I mean? It's just not. Okay. Right, well, we'll... So, time shift, yes. Same shift, yes. SG recharge, no.
flighting gear deployed.
Can you not paste an image into a field? Okay. Horror. Documents. Sorry, that was me. 20th of Feb. 26. I feel you, Jowly. No, I feel you, man. 100% feel you. Like, it... Yeah. Count yourself lucky, I guess, that you're still in a position where your responsibilities are there for you, mate. Because it's... If you find that you... At least you got that purpose, that drive to do it. Do you know what I mean? It's... Second that's gone, you're fucked. Okay, we're going to go to the next one. 07 Mark. Or a teacher. We are, Mark, big time today, big science. You know, it's interesting that, Geraldine. Like, I think a lot of people... Yeah... Kind of. It kind of makes sense, but I don't know. I don't know if I'm the best person to talk to about this, because I might inadvertently shatter that, so I don't want to harm anyone. Like, I don't know. Like, yeah. But hey, as long as you're happy, mate. Keeps you going, keeps you with us. That's what I'm all about. I think we need us all. Your time skipped. I guess I just think that housing is a very minimal expectation in life. And whilst obviously it's like always dangerous to have expectations, like it is just patently, equally it's kind of like it's I mean, at the end of the day, if you're secure in your home, then that's good. But like the only reason I'm where I'm at right now is because my grandparents managed to pay this house off, and my mum managed to be responsible enough to not lose it up to this point, right? But I don't own a home, and the only reason I have security here is because my mum's willing to pay for me to be alive. Do you know what I mean? Because I'm not pulling in anywhere near enough to cover it all. So it's, for me, it's like tenuous, right? Like my stability is proper fuck all, like literally nothing. Like if my mum has enough and she's just like, you know, you've been here 2 years, nothing's changing, go do one. I don't know what I do next. And that, it shouldn't be that way. It shouldn't be that an adult human that's like, do you know what I mean? I shouldn't be screwed like that. And the only reason I am is because we have the concept of home ownership. Like it's a vicious cycle. I would be homeless because you own your home, right? And you are willing to underwrite a society that makes it that way, because that's the only way you can be in the position where you own a home. So it's a complicated one for me. I don't think you should be allowed to own a home, and I don't think anyone really does own their home. The only thing you own is the right to vote, and you voted on a society which will say if you don't agree with the concept of ownership. Like, if I just walk into your house and start trying to sleep there, we've agreed that we live in a society where someone will come round and physically remove me, and if I try to stop them, they'll beat me up, right? And that's the bottom line. Like, so that's the bit where I get really challenged by it all, because ultimately there is no thing as ownership. There is only the underwriting of it using might is right. So it's like nuance to me. I feel that, Jorrit. Yeah, I mean, I would say I'm blessed with that. Like, I know how to nurture my inner child and keep that sense of wonder, and that's where I get my goals from. That is a brilliant, brilliant phrase. Swatch the tinfoil hat for the Ushanka. Fucking done me, lad. Absolutely done me. Savage. But the thing is, I don't think so. I don't think that I am a communist. I think that there is space for... Or there's recently, Jimmy Carr's been dropping a lot of very interesting bits, and one of the bits that he's been doing is talking about how in reality any sane person is a communist when it comes to their own family, right? Like their own children, for example. And I think that what I would say on this point is, in my opinion, the sign that a society is developing and advancing is that circle that we're willing to include in our bubble of people that can take us for granted, essentially, is what communism is, isn't it? Grows. So it used to be that, like, initially, when we were proper technologically primitive and struggling, you would be remiss to extend that beyond yourself. Like, there were, for a long time, economic poverty was so harsh that people would sell their children into slavery just to survive, right? Like, and it's a very privileged thing to be able to say, actually, no, I'm going to protect my kids from anything and be able to secure their future. And we just take that for granted now. And I think that the sign of progress is that circle is expanding, and the amount of people that you're willing to take you for granted is increasing. So I don't think it's about communism and capitalism. I think it's about social evolution. And like, there was a time where there was people that ambitiously tried to jump ahead. They tried to extend that circle way quicker than the technology could support, and it went well bad. And we call that communism/Marxism, and it was a really difficult time in history, and millions of people paid with their lives for those mistakes, right? So I get why we're scared of it, but at the bottom line is, in my view, that what I just said makes perfect sense. Like, it... Yeah. No sign of a Super Cruise recharge. I agree, Jorrit. That's awesome. I thought I did have that, yet I don't know. I don't think. Well, I don't know, because apparently I have no issues. Just got to get on with it. No. Joe is A-OK. Oh wait, I need to take my screenshot.
Landing gear deployed. Landing gear retracted. Landing gear deployed.
Yeah, you see, Joe, this is where I just think that, like, we agree to play a game that causes us to resent each other, and it's like fucking brain broken and stupid. Like, we know everyone that's alive needs to eat and sleep somewhere and have clothes and warmth, right? We know it. And no, as far as I'm aware, there's no one politically standing up and saying anyone that can't support himself should be executed, right? So there's like it's just that simple. Like there is no middle ground between that. If no one's willing to stand up politically and say, if you can't pay your way, you deserve death, then we have to pay for everyone to survive. It's that simple. Like you can't have both. And this is the biggest problem I have with people that are in positions of ownership in our society, but then don't have the bollocks to stand up and say, no, actually, fuck you, right? Go and die in the street alone. They're just cowards, because the truth is that's what they're voting for. They're voting to say, fuck you, you can die in the street alone. But when push comes to shove and they're actually presented with the reality of it, they then say, oh, this is dreadful. Why are there all these homeless people? What's our government doing about it? Well, I don't... You own a house, which means there will be homeless people. I don't... it's that simple. Like, I don't know. A lot of these things, people try to overcomplicate and pretend are like way more esoteric and unknowable than they really are. So they'll try to like argue against my point there, saying that I'm being ignorant to something. It's not. It literally is that simple. It's as simple as I just described. Everyone that's alive needs to have their needs met to remain alive. So if you believe that your needs should only be met by you exchanging a good day's work, what you believe is that if you can't exchange a good day's work at a rate that means you cover your life, you should die. But the problem is, a lot of people, when they're confronted with that reality, they go, no, that's not what I believe, that's not what I believe. But it is. It actually is what you believe. It's in practice, like what it actually ends up meaning to the people that can't turn up and earn. Because the reality is, like, we're moving towards a world where most people can't compete with AI. And when we get there, if we don't sort this out, we're all fucked. No, let me be clear. Housing should not be in an economic market, full stop. Like, the concept of housing being something we compete over is insane. The same as food and water and electricity. Like, it needs to exist because we know that we need humans, and that's why our society exists. Like, don't get me wrong, I fully agree with your position there, what you're saying. Like, I've paid rent my entire life. I know the idiot that I've paid. Like, when I lived in Scotland, for the 5 years that I lived around the corner from my daughter, there is some literal... He's a complete idiot. Like, I've spoken to him multiple times. I can tell that in no way can he add as much value to society as I could if we were given, like, equal opportunities. But we aren't. He was born into enough money that he could buy his first flat at the age of 21, and he used that to then buy 3 houses, and he rented his flat out to me. I ended up paying 2 of his mortgages. He's laughing. I'm fucking alone in my mum's spare room. So obviously I am bitter about it to a degree in that sense, but like, that is separate. My lived experience, I think, is separate to everything I just said about the concept of it all. Like, the idea of home ownership was the greatest trick that was pulled on the proletariat in the last 200 years. Before the 70s, people didn't really have this thing. Like, the king owned all the land, and the king knew he needed to build houses for everyone or they'd kick off and murder him. So they built the fucking houses, and the houses got built, right? Like, it was it was that simple. And now, like, if the house isn't there for you and you can't afford it, the people go and kill themselves. And I think ultimately, like, the real, like, all of these topics, unfortunately, like, they're kind of pointless because even still, it doesn't matter how much agreement we all get to. Like, we all have inequality in our vote, right? Like, based on the inertia and the history of our countries, our votes aren't equal. So, like, as a British person, my vote is incredibly far-reaching compared to a lot of people's. And like, if you're a North American citizen, your vote is quite far-reaching. European citizens have quite a heavily outweighed vote compared to most humans alive on Earth, and it's weird. It's all weird. I agree with that, Cyber. I think that the losing shouldn't be your life, and I think that there is more than enough space and wealth that we've already created as a species to have a survival economy, which includes all of the basic things people need to survive, and those things would not involve any monetary currency at all, and then there would be everything else that's the luxury economy that would still have money and competition and companies and everything. But the question of whether you have somewhere to sleep, food to eat, warmth for the night should never be something that you have to compete for. You should never, losing should never mean that you don't have the basic dignity of having a clean skin and a clean bed to sleep in. And all the time that we have a civilized society that allows that, in my opinion, we are not civilized. Like, we're not. We're just one step above the slave owners in the 1800s. Like, we're slightly ahead of them, but we're not like, we shouldn't look back at them and be like, oh yeah, because the only difference is we no longer have a slave owner. We just enslave ourselves. Like, the root of the word mortgage is death chain. Do you know that? Like, literally, if you take mort, a chain, gauge in Latin is chain, and mort is death. Like, it like, the system tells you all this, but people don't learn about it. Like, the concept of a mortgage is that you should never be able to pay it off. It's a way of enslaving you until the day you die into something that you can't just walk away from. That's the entire, like, premise of how it was built. And it just so happens that the economy grew in a way that in the time that since mortgages were created, and they were created at beginning 25-year mortgage, and most people died before they ever paid it off, then technology and lifespans extended, and so now we have this situation where there's loads of people alive today that took mortgages out that were expected to have died by now, and they haven't, and their houses have appreciated to like millions. And this is the big thing. Like, you see all these news articles saying, there's hundreds of thousands of millionaires leaving Britain. It's not true. Like, what it is it's people that bought a house in 1971 selling it for 1.2 million quid when they retire and then fucking off to Spain. It's not that there's millionaires leaving the country. It's that it's that there's just still people retiring to Spain. I agree, Jowly, but understand that the problem you were describing about feeling like now that you're doing that, you've got no goal, from my perspective, it's a symptom of this other problem. To me, it's similar to you. Have you ever watched like nature programs when like a cheetah is hunting a deer, and the cheetah doesn't try to use outright violence to destroy the deer? It will just run after the deer and then wait for the deer to run, and then it will sit down and wait, and then it will sprint after the deer, and then it will wait for the deer, and then the deer will run, and eventually the deer will be exhausted, and it will just sit down, and it will just let the cheetah walk up and just choke it. To me, it's like that. It's like people just get so destroyed by simply needing to survive that when they eventually get some stability, they're like, thank fuck, I can just give in. And it upsets me so much because it's like people have that spark in them, that ambitious spark when they're young gets destroyed by the grind of existence, and then when they yeah, yeah, it's horrible. Right, let's. But I don't know, you know, I could be misreading your position in life. I don't know what the situation is.
Landing gear deployed.
No, I feel you. I mean, this whole situation is just a mess. I mean, I think any logical, intelligent person should be able to see that the concept of managing individually drawn geographical regions based on how the cards have fallen in history is literally stupid. Like, it's a farce. Like, I get it's how it is, but it's stupid. And just because the average person is stupid doesn't mean we have to pretend that we need to be stupid too. Like, we can just say it's stupid and accept that it's stupid. The question is, do we go along with it? Do we just go along with it because that's what happens to be here and it's a bit scary to push against it? I'm very much of the mindset, abso-fucking-lutely not. I'll sooner go and live in a forest. That's where I'm at in life. That's why I'm not getting a job and stuff. But it will probably end up with me just being a loser that died for nothing, you know? I don't know what it all comes to, but... So what I'm not saying is that we need some sort of violent revolution. Yeah, Jorrit, agreed. I'm going to carry on with this in a minute. I've done the first body. So far, body 1 has 3 Radicoida sites. They all time shift you when you glide to them. I've not done a technically thorough test to validate that they all shift you to the same point in time, but given that there's no obvious time shift occurring, like when I go to them, that indicates that it is the same point because this body barely moves at this sort of relative speed. We'll go and revalidate body 2A in a minute, but I think I need a wee and a bowl. Also, I'm sorry that I sometimes drag this stream into really somewhat progressive political domain. But frankly, as Jowdy said, I do just like to speak my mind. Like, you know, we've all had different journeys in life. My journey, I'd say, is very much like I was born working class and just have managed to technically break into like lower middle class in my lifetime. But my dad was 100% like working class dregs. Like, if he was born 100 years before, he would have just been a slave. Do you know what I mean? But he was born into the British Empire, so he was allowed to come to Britain as long as he went to Malaysia to murder people for 4 years. And he did. And he did it. And then he managed to make me. So, like, I have a bit of a different perspective on a lot of this stuff because, well, I have that immigrant background, right? Like, it definitely, because I had one parent that had the perspective of coming from a middle class background, and one parent that had the perspective of coming from literal abject squalor, right? And so I've always viewed the world through both lenses, and that's where I think it lends me to have a great deal of empathy for people that are in that struggle. But that, yeah, but Jorit, that isn't even what we have. We don't even have a meritocracy because I can shit on 95% of people in any task, full stop, and yeah, I'm worthless. So that ain't even what we have. We have a social system. Yeah, that sounds about right, Jowly. So, like, we have a system that all that matters is how you're viewed socially. That's the only thing that matters. It's completely pretentious. This is what I'm starting to realize, I think, in the last 2 years of being out of the rat race as it is, and just like I'm living a very ascetic life in a sense. Like, I have literally not spent any money other than on my medication in 2 years. Like nothing. Like nothing. I've not bought myself a coffee. I've not. Oh, that's not true. Sorry. Some people in the stream did give me enough cash last year to do a trip up to Scotland and see my daughter, and I did get myself like a breakfast on that. Like, I literally, and I've spent a bit of money on arcs and that people have donated. But essentially, the point being, like, you don't get much less economically active than me. And the thing I think I'm noticing is it's all just a massive game. It's a complete game. Like, look at the Epstein files. You can see it playing out. They're all full of shit. These rich people aren't anything special. They're just willing to help each other to stay rich, to keep the illusion up. Oh, lend me 30 grand because I need to pay this off, and then I won't grass you up about being an idiot. Agreed, Cyber. I do agree with you there, yeah. Wait, I already screenshotted this, didn't I? All I know is there's way more that I'm way more similar to some minority person trying to get on a boat and come over to this island than I am to any of the rich people sat in any of the rich areas of this country. And I know that because at 21 I became a Freemason, and at 30 I became a Mensa member, and I have frequented with some of the most prestigious, wealthy and influential people on planet Earth. I've been poured drinks. I've been poured wine by princes. Like, I've met lords, and I know, full stop, they do not in any authentic sense give a fuck about 99% of people. Like, we're a joke to them.
Shields offline.
So, like, most people think that there is some, like, global conspiracy. All you got to do is join some society and say the right things and you'll have it all. It's all bollocks. It's all a social game. You can join that society. If they don't like you, you won't get anything. And if they like you, yeah, they'll make your life. It's just that's how it is everywhere. It's not like some big conspiracy. It's just literally that simple. If people like you, you'll be looked after. This is evidence of that. Do you know what I mean? The small successes I'm seeing, I hope at least, I do take as a reflection of people liking me and what I'm doing with the testing and stuff. But yeah, the point is, like, I've frequented with these groups people that I'm sure are named in the Epstein files and shit. Like, and it's a fucking shit show. It's a complete shit show. And the things that most people think they aspire towards, if they got there, they would realise that they can't be themselves if they want to keep it. Like, you have to make a decision. Do I become the version of me that is required in order to walk this path? Or do I hold on to who I am? And if you've got the strength to say the first bit, that means you are too strong to be manipulated, and so you will not proceed. Like, it's just a catch-22. Like, if you can show that you're willing to be controlled by other forces, to listen and toe the line, then things can move on. Essentially, you could say that. I mean, kind of. Freemasonry is an interesting institution. I won't lie, I do have a lot of positive feelings about it, and I will always talk positively about it overall, because it is very much the first place in society I went that clearly demonstrated what I just described. Like, it's the first place, it's the first structure in society I joined where there just was a hierarchy, and they were like, no, don't question that guy, he's just better than you. Like, in the context of this thing that we're doing, don't argue with him, he's just better than you. So you just take the orders and you just do, right? Like, so within the context of that organization. But I don't mean like they're like, oh, on this day you have to go to that place and pick up this bag and not ask any questions. There's never any, I never had a single request to do anything outside the context of like, oh, there's someone interested in meeting, in joining. We need someone to meet with them, to chat with them about it. Is there anyone available to meet them at a pub? Do you know what I mean? Like, there was never anything at all extracurricular about it. And yeah, like, certainly up to the level that I reached, it is just a social club for people that are interested in sort of pseudo-esoteric, ancient rituals and stuff. It is a bit quirky and weird. I really enjoyed it, like, and I am technically still a member, even though I'm not a member of any specific lodge and I don't pay anything to be in it, because you technically can never leave as well once you join it. It's one of those sort of there's no going back situations. But like, the reality is it's all just a popularity contest. The whole planet, the whole game is just a popularity contest. Like, there's places on Earth I could move to, and just because I'm a 6'3", dark-haired, intelligent guy, I would literally be treated like, if I moved to China. China's very racist as well, to be fair. So there'd be many people that would hate me just because I'm like a foreign invader. But the like, when I did go to China, the amount of intrinsic respect you get just because they assume you're a rich foreigner. Well, Freemasonry taught me not to challenge people's religion, and I'll take that route on this one. But yeah, the actual reason I joined it back in the day was because I was deep in all the conspiracies and stuff. I was reading them all, watching them all, knowing about them all. And every conspiracy I looked at came back to this idea that the Freemasons were at the heart of it all. And I was like, well, I sure as fucking hell know that if this is all going to come to some big fight and there's going to be a new world order, I want to be on the list of people that are cushy. So that's literally why I joined. And who knows? I mean, maybe that would be the opposite list. Maybe that's a big fuck up. That, like, what's interesting is what you're talking about there, Jorrit, is a lot of what's taught in Freemasonry. Like I say, like, part of what I loved about Freemasonry is that I have memories. Like, I've literally met, like, the Duke of Kent, and he's poured me a glass of wine and said, like, thank you for letting me take this opportunity to pour you a glass of wine. Like, what the fuck? Like, I'm a no one. I'm literally a working class immigrant child. But that was only because, you know, I did put in some serious graft. I joined young. I set a precedent. I'm the first person to be admitted into Freemasonry having requested to join rather than being invited. Like, normally you have to be invited by your dad or by an existing member. But they saw, I applied at 20. And I've always been straight. I'm straight with everyone. Like, everything I just said to you, I said to my proposer before I joined. I said, like, at the end of the day, I think if you have a choice in life, you either join the group that looks like it's going to be the victor or you don't. Like, I wasn't born with any cards on the table, do you know what I mean? So it's like, where am I going to put my eggs? Well, I might as well put my eggs in that basket. And there's also parts of it that, you know, I didn't... The thing that I didn't like about it is that it will always take more time from you. So even though it will never push anything on you, if you show that you could give more time, it will take it. And that was where I was young and impressionable and I wanted to leave a good impression with everyone. I let it grow and grow and grow to the point that I was meeting like 5 or 6 students every week, talking to them about Freemasonry, interviewing them, meeting at pubs after work. Like, I'd finish work, I'd go to a meeting, I'd visit another lodge, then I'd go, then the next night I'd be at a pub meeting someone, talking, and it just became my entire life. So then when I went to Scotland, I was like, right, I'm very much gonna like just have a break from it and just be in my 20s, because you end up spending all your time frequenting with like much older people, which isn't a big deal for me. Like, I've generally done that anyway. But Freemasonry, it skipped a generation, definitely. Like, there's a whole bunch of geezers born in the 30s and 40s, and then there's a whole bunch of people my age, and the middle bit is just missing completely. Because there was just so much negativity in society about it back then. I really don't like this, the way it does this stupid dropout thing. It always catches me out. It was interesting taking my dad to the first ever event when he was alive, bless him. We went on a trip up to London to visit the Grand Lodge, like the big Grand Lodge in the middle of London. And he came with me. Now, my dad was like fiercely against it, like fiercely against it. It was like, it's against everything I stand for. And I was like, well, fuck it. Like, you ain't leaving me with shit. I got to do something to look after myself. So this is what I'm gonna have to do, mate. Sorry about that. Win the fucking lottery or something and look after me, and then I won't have to do any shit like this. He never, but he did come with me, and it was interesting. Like, I think it definitely shifted his perspective a bit in the end. But, you know, I'm literally direct evidence that you can be a Freemason and still be a fuck up. Because they all know I'm alive, they all know I'm here, and I'm still just sat here every day doing this, not achieving it, not earning anywhere near what I should be, not contributing any tax, not helping my daughter be alive, like nothing. Complete fucking useless. But it's not useless. Look, we're playing this. We're learning how the Radicoida work. Good old rant that was. I need a piss, and I need maybe a small snack, although I'm doing baked macaroni this afternoon, so it's a big meal, that is. Just go for a wee. Like, just to underline what I was talking about earlier about all the voting stuff, like the scale of your vote, I think it's a really important concept more people should have in their brain, which is just think about, like, when you vote in your national level, what does that actually mean? Like, how many people does that affect? What geographical area of the planet does that affect? And think about how, like, me and you might be two intelligent adult humans on Earth. You might be in North America, I might be in Britain. That means we have very different implications when we go and tick a box for every 4 years, right? In my lifetime, my expectation and my goal for our species is that I will be pissed off that some people will be able to vote on Mars and I won't. Like rather than us worrying about how we manage this planet, I think that we should all be equals here, and it should be that we're talking about, oh wait, no, we went to Mars first and started mining this area. Why are you saying that it's all yours? Like, it shouldn't be a, yeah, way too close to home when we're talking about Earth. I'm here for a wee, get a bag of crisps, have a bowl, do the rest of these tests. Love it. Hello. Yay! You're my deepest blue. Want to go and see the stuff. Don't crash into the ground, my friend. You come and do the test with me.
Deployed.
Please do not go in the image. Ah! Image is taken. Feel free to do shenanigans. So this is 2A. Site 1. Oh yeah, shake it down, break it down. Can you show me a little fucking relic? Friend, have you got that on you now? Can I go into the setting now? Can you show me a Fargoid sensor? I have not seen one. You stuck. Where is it? Guess not. Every time I try and get closer. How'd you get them, Jorrit? I've never got a sensor. We should probably just do some audacity. The audacity of you! How dare you! Okay, cool. Where is it? Can you get it? And then can you take it and drop it with your SRV in amongst them? And I will do an auditory sampling. Place. Wait. That's a probe. Isn't it? What's happened? One sec. There's something not right here. What the fucking hell's going on? I don't think this is the right thing, mate. I think you've brought something we've already tested. I don't know. This looks like a Thargoid probe to me. What used to be called an unknown artifact. Thargoid sensor. If in doubt, we check the anus. No, 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 don't pollute it. Go away. Has anyone noticed that there's a mix of... Dude, you keep interrupting the audio. Please restrain yourself. Oh my god. Why do you keep shooting, Jorrit? You just have intrusive thoughts, mate. Oh, okay, I understand. No, that's completely understandable. Okay, I'm just like, are you just doing this to fucking ruin the experiment? Like, you brought it all the way here to then shoot over the audio? What are you doing, boy? So it's interesting how it's just a complete cacophony of sound when they do their squirt. And they're... There's nothing obvious, is there? What was that? What's that? Are these always blue and green? Give it a go if you want, Jarrett. Crazy Bite. There is one member of FDev staff in the Distant Worlds Free group. Yes. Or at least there is a Frontier Developers liaison person. The Distant Worlds Free organization is a corporation that has been incorporated by a group of players. And that corporation has a contract with Frontier to use all of their copyright. And I imagine as part of that contract, it states that they're allowed to write this law, but that it has to be within the guides of what they've said and etc. Like, do you know what I mean? It seems like there is like the story of the Elite Dangerous universe right now is playing out through the Distant Worlds Free expedition. And as far as I'm concerned, we should read all of those things on that website as real law that's happening right now. And there's loads of people that will just say, "Nah, don't do that. That's stupid." I'm ignoring them. This is a place where we ignore them people, okay? They can go and be super intelligent somewhere else, and we'll be idiots over here with our Mensa cards. No, there is literally... Firstly, how the fuck did you just move that? How did you move it up there? Did you go under and then release it? Good work. There is... Who is it? That was different. Are you doing stuff? What's all this? Oh. Why aren't we up at the fucking real time? For goodness sake. Clean audio, please, Jarrett. Good man, good man. Well, I was just happened to be here, and you're good, Jarrett. You're good. There don't appear to be anything, mate. I think it's the Fargoid probe we've not tried. But no, I've got that on my fleet carrier, and I swear I tried all the stuff from my fleet carrier. Does the probe and the sensor look the same? I'm so confused. Let me just fucking answer this question myself. Fargoid probe. Ah, they're very similar. Okay. Yeah. Right, so it was the... So, were the Fargoid probes the unknown artifacts? History... Rope... The unknown probe transmission... No. Where do we get them? So we have to go fishing for them in NHS's SS's of rated 5 to 7. Oh, you legend. You're already on it. Okay, I'm going to continue just with the previous goal, which was to get all of this final data pertaining to each site logged so that we've got all the screenshots and that. Thank you for bringing that over though, Nijo. It was good just to see something different as well. Close that. So that was 2A. Right, now we'll go to this new one, which is minus 51.1748, 114.8399. But if there's two of us... will it instantly shut you down if you do it? To get out of where, Beyblade? So you could high wake out, right? You could scoop and high wake instantly. Sounds chill to me. I might go. Although it would corrupt me, wouldn't it? So I can't. I don't have the account for it. Oh, bless you, Beyblade. No, you're good, mate. I know my shit. I'm doing something else. We doing all that science, bro. Don't you see it? We a hoe. Now we going down to this one. We're gonna do a little time skip on. Oh, don't you see it? Now we're gonna go and check this little red giant. Is it gonna move? Yeah. Where's the star we're gonna use? What one? Which one is our yardstick? But the high wake, bro, the high wake chill as long as you don't get shut down, right? I agree though. 500 meter per second boost with FA off. It's facts. That is factual. Two people, though. I can die. Which will it prioritise, do you think? Do you think it would attack you if you had no guns and I had a beam laser and we both went in together in a team and then you scooped, and as you scooped, I started beam lasering the Fargoid, it would attack me, wouldn't it? And that would make me hot as well. Or if I just booped it. What does booping them do, by the way? I know that you should never do it, but I don't know what it does. Oh. We didn't reset. What the fuck? FAFO would be the fundamental social contract as it currently stands, yeah. Who is Cynthia? You were here the other day. Maybe it's not about... Maybe the skip doesn't refresh per site that you visit, but per gravity well that you are in. So right now it looks like this site doesn't cause the supercharge or supercruise recharge, but it did skip us. There is a glory in sustenance. What is my right to breathe? What is my right to take from this land, from you, from nature? What is my right? What is your right? No one wants to talk about it, but we need to talk about it, because it's all fucked up right now. It's currently fuck around and find out. That's really not good. It's really not good. Hiya, VR Florian. How you doing? What's up? How about the difference between atmospheres? One moon has more nitrogen, I think. Maybe that skip's different than the other two moons. Right now it's... Okay, we definitely reskips, right? This site definitely time shifts to the same time shift. It's the same cassette tape being rewound. Could be Florian. Wait, what the fuck? Oh, that was just where it changed colour. Sorry, yeah, no, it's cool. I thought it suddenly got daylight, but no, that was yeah. So now, yeah, okay, that's revealing it. Right, so, okay, right, okay. New science. This is saves so much time. Okay. So it looks like the Super Cruise recharge is linked to the body. Similar to what VR Florian was just stating. You might have some prescient shit going in, brother. Some prescience. You get me? You've been seeing this. You've been knowing it, brother. So this one has argon. This one has argon. This has no argon. This has no argon. Right now, it looks as if the presence of argon in the atmosphere enables the Super Cruise time skip when you're not Commander Rosen's PC. That's currently the statement of truth that I can use, and I think that that passes to reality for everyone else present. I want to do a real-time. Hola, señore. Oh. Yeah, but yours is just that. Yeah, but no, because yours is all the cases. You cover everything. You have a fully maxed out elite account with all the money, all the shit. You got a noob account with nothing, and you just can't do it. That's fucked. Not happy with that at all. That screams bugs. That screams it's some esoteric AMD bullshit. Oh, Infinity Fabric causes time skips or something. I'll be livid. But you can do all the others. I'm having a second panel chopper. But what's different between your new account and my new account?
Scan detected.
This account hasn't really been anywhere. Has anybody visited a generation ship while time skipped yet? Is that a task anyone's performed? And what is the nearest generation ship to HIP 87621? Damn, check it down. What does it mean when you go into which space? I don't know. It hurts my face. What do we do? What do we do? Right now it looks like it's linked to the body. Okay. So let's just continue. We didn't take the screenshot. Let's take the let's continue. Just take the screenshot. Damn, son. A bit of a rant about, like, I guess a different perspective on the concept of capitalism versus communism, and then we actually played the game again after I had a snack and a bowl. You were a bowl behind. Atrocious behaviour, darling. And he's like, I like this tree. And we seem to have established that the Super Cruise jump thing, the thing that we can do, the way that we can force... Correct, Rosen. You are correct, Rosen. Yes. You have identified many, many differences between your new account and my new account. There is a very easy, quick test to do, which is the Mandalay. Like, do one more Stratum Tectonicus and grab a Mandalay with an SRV bay, bring it here, grab a bunch of samples, hand them in. But you're right that I do have some non-trivial Oh, wait. Did we just skip? No, we didn't. But it... Did we? Is there another one nearby? No. Yes. No, that's the nearest one. Okay. Bring me in, my friend. Bring me in, my friend. Crater. Keep the permit if you can. Why not, eh? It's 5 minutes. We need to go back up. I didn't do a good enough job. Right, don't slam it into the bottom. Oh, this is interesting. Wait, let's mega flyby in this height. We're at... Oh. No. Fuck. Did we... Have we... Wait. Wait. Video gamba. Place. Place. Thank you. We did skip. Okay, it's just where we are right now is still light in both. Okie dokie. This is site 2, right? Minus 51, minus 14. That should be about right. 20 clicks out. I think I'm gonna have a third bowl though. No, I shouldn't go 3 bowls deep this early. I always do this and it fucks me up. I don't know, this stuff, it feels not as strong. I should just underline that I am a medicinal cannabis patient in the United Kingdom. So I believe that we should have restored our ability to supercruise to time skip, and that the easiest way to evidence it is by looking at that star above the gas giant there. You see it? And watch. It did not charge our supercruise time skip. So, okay. So this site just now did not charge our supercruise time skip. Thank you for that update. That's interesting. Okay. Okay. Right now, the large site is intermittent for me. It's done it once and not done it twice. So, but I think it seems to be more related to whether you reach a certain altitude above planet, which it might be whether you switch from 2A to 2. Alright, let's try and stop before we get through the... Yes. Okay, we didn't go out of the cruise zone. So I have a Discord, which you can find with the... Oh, it won't send it over there. Yeah, I'm sorry. YouTube doesn't have a bot or anything. I don't think I can send you links either. Okay, we time skipped. So there's the Independent Raxler Hunters Discord, which is a primary location where I've got a communal thread. Right, let me get the screenshot here as well, and then I can do these other tests less restrictively, because I have to keep coming back here before I get the screenshot. Okay, the star half appeared. Okay, the star half disappeared. So, We didn't leave the OC and we didn't shift to the Planet 2's sphere of influence, but we went like more away. Before I only went like 110 odd up, and then I turned round, and I also I did complete my glide within range, but no, I didn't complete a glide. I just dropped out. No. No. Can you see?
Landing gear deployed. Landing gear retracted.
So it looks as if we need to ensure we glide down to the target in order to reset it, but it doesn't matter whether we actually leave the sphere of influence. Let's just check as well. Maybe analysis mode is what matters, actually. Would it? Could it? Ready? Why did that just move so far? I know, Jorrit, but that then I skipped with the Super Cruise at the last site. I went down, I landed, I took the screenshot, I saved it and named it, and then I just took straight off, Super Cruised over here and landed. It really wasn't very long. It was maybe 10 minutes. I mean, to be fair, this thing really does move a lot in 10 minutes, in fairness, so... I mean, yeah, look, it's taken us, what, 2 or 3 minutes to get over here. And yeah, look, it's nearly covered that first star. Okay. And look, the glide did reset. Okay, it reset my SC. Okay, so let's try to form a hypothesis which we can test about this based on the evidence from these two systems and comparing the two systems, or planets, sorry. Okay, so this one has argon and this one doesn't. Appears to be the primary difference. And then this is the one that's the high metal content world as well. They both have mercury. They both have tin. They both have zinc. But there's other differences. A non-trivial difference is that... Okay, this has got a bit more... It's got selenium and antimony. To this one's germanium and ruthenium. But then I've invoked it on 2BB, if I recall. So that would eliminate the material compositions and only indicate the atmospheric argon as a potential thing. Can we buy argon in containers? Why am I travelling away from the site? I need to be at the site. Fuck. I want to do the last test on the last one on this body, and then I'll form the hypotheses before transferring to the next body and testing that hypothesis.
Landing gear retracted.
Seek, and you shall find. Oh, lovely, Jorrit. That's brilliant news. Congratulations. Ooh, I'm not sure if it would be worth it actually for you. Yeah, the 5700 XT is up there with it. I think if you really wanted to do an upgrade, you would want to be looking at the 50 series, which obviously is spenny, but fucking outrageous. Like if you wanted to rock this in VR, like modern VR, the 50 series would... Ooh, you'd be a happy bunny. Oh wow, Florian, yeah, I bet.
Landing gear retracted.
That's bellissimo. So this is a small site, like the first site that we've glided down to. Oh, the 1070. I've got a 1070. I've got it. No, I haven't anymore. My mate, Breaker, who sometimes is in chat, his missus has got it in her machine. Maybe. Maybe it's broken, I don't know. No point in it sitting in a cupboard at risk of just being damaged by galactic radiation. Do you know what I mean? Like that's literally what can happen. Whereas when you have them at least plugged in and grounded, at least if like a random particle hits it, it doesn't then short it out. Genuinely, it's way better to have like components like that, unless you have them stored in a sealed warehouse. Cheers. Guys, it didn't super cruise recharge me, but then I didn't go above 50 kilometers altitude. really VR. I wonder if it's related. Is there any like driver level settings you're running that aren't supported directly by the game? Things like flashier DLSS or anything, or do you just run? I would recommend not using anything like that, especially in VR, especially with that much processing power. Like if you had a 5070, I'd run the game at 2x super sampling at the native resolution of the VR headset, and you'll just be laughing. You won't need anti-aliasing or anything like that, I imagine, if you can just hit 90 FPS. Boom. Oh, really? Oh, okay. Fair. Man. So I believe we should still be moving down this way, meaning that those two bright stars at the top right corner, or top right of the circle, it's not got corners by definition. It is a corner, I guess. Anyway, yeah, you see the gap shrinks because our planet is moving this way. Oh, okay. Kind of makes sense as well, doesn't it? Well, not the SRV one. That sucks. I remember when I played my first 500 hours I played in VR. Like the first time I played the game, I had a HOTAS and VR. Like I never learned keyboard. I learned HOTAS and VR first, and then I learned keyboard and mouse after, because there were sometimes times when I would want to like be more focused on stuff around me, but have the game on in the background, if you know what I mean. Right. Now I'm absolutely livid. Why doesn't this site? The other 3 sites on this body, on 2A, have invoked the Super Cruise invocable time shift. Agreed, Bite. They're really good, aren't they? Have you been reading them all this time? There's so much reading there, isn't there? Unforced error. We shall witness its oh, where's it gone? Where did the planet go? No, 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 I need you back. Oh, you're a naughty boy. So far away now. which is why we're going to coordinates and not trying to remember which biosite POI we selected. Well, that person just teleported behind me, didn't they?
Orbital flight engaged.
So this is in the dark in real time. And it's in the dark in the skip. We have tried that, Florian, and what it does is when you telepresence, it counts as logging out and then logging in their ship. So whilst you can do all of the experimentation with telepresence, and you can even experience like the states we did, where I go in and I skip and then leave, and then when you telepresence in, we'll see different things out of the same ship's cockpit, and then when I go back in, you will experience a skip, and we'll be offset because I won't skip again, right? So say like if I went in and out, and now 5 minutes passed, and then you telepresence in, and then I went in again, you would skip to when I skipped to and would be 5 minutes behind me, as if like your cassette would be 5. So yeah, you would see everything 5 minutes behind me. This site does not invoke it. So is this the site you've been using, Mr. Rosen? Mr. Rosen. The radicoids react to electromagnetic radiation. They react to it, I think. Maybe the argon. I reckon this is what it is. It's possibly the argon in the atmosphere, and whether the site is in the daylight. Site is in darkness in real time and time skip time. I gotta go back and check them all. It's inconclusive. No, we don't know. Rosen's just proven that wrong. We don't know yet. It could be. It's looking right now, based on my science so far, argon in the atmosphere is important. Right now. Okay. But, so you're saying you were at this one, right? Okay, so I'll just find out what one that is. Could it be the 5070? No, I don't think so. The fact that I am seeing it not invoked in some instances and invoked in others is sus AF, right? Like that means that I'm able to do it, like I'm able to be in the state you're in. We just don't understand what we're doing. Do you know what I mean? Like, I reckon once we know it, we'll be like, oh yeah, we kept doing this. Do you know what I mean? I reckon that's what it'll be. No, Rosen's in a Cobra 5. With well, so Rosen's got multiple accounts that cover all of that. Like his multiple accounts cover all of those permutations, other than a slight difference between this account and his starter account. There you go, yeah. He's seen me do it too many times, and he's too knowledgeable about all this. I can't buy that he ain't noticing it. And he's also recording it and sending video of it. Like, between those things, it would also require me to not notice it in his videos. No, it's not happening. In the daylight in real time. In the daylight when skipped. Oh fuck, I didn't get the Site 4 screenshot, did I? I've got to go back there. Bastards. It disappears if you high wake, yeah. It currently looks like it, excuse me, it restricts you, like, you can, if you imagine what it's done, is it's created, like, the planet's surface is only exists, like, it doesn't exist in time. Like, 2A, once you glide into 3 of the 4, right now it's 3 of the 4. We just need to do the rest of the science quick. So, which site is this? Sorry, this is the biological site at the crash site, which is at 38101, which is the top one, yeah. Which is the other small site. And in real time, it's light. And in skipped, it's light. So I need to go and test the rest. So minus 51.1748. Yeah, Jorrit. So the Super Cruise skip. So when I say the Super Cruise skip, what I'm talking about is what I tested then. When I'm stationary and I just press Super Cruise and it skips and then I just cancel it. That's the Super Cruise skip. And it's different. There's 2 skips. There's a skip that happens for everyone. No questions asked. It happens at every site. When you complete a glide into a Radicoida site, no one's disputing this. Everyone skips, yeah? And that's true for you, isn't it, Rosen? All your accounts invoke that. Right, okay. This is good. But for some reason, this account, when it interacts, based on the science today, when it interacts with 3 of these POIs, it also G's up this extra skip that when I super cruise, it happens. So we just need to go and do the rest of the science. There's no... We just need to keep going. It's easy to get distracted. I want another bomb. I want my 3rd one. I want it. I don't need it though, so... That's a load of shade. There could be. I just haven't got to it yet, Rosen. I'm just gonna be thorough and go through everything. Do you know what I mean? So it's gonna take me a few hours. I'm committing to that. So we'll know all the data at the end, and then we can interpret all the data. Do you know what I mean? We might get some signs on the way, and it's cool. We'll talk about them. But I don't know is the answer to your question. Sorry, I'm not trying to stop your question. I don't know the answer because I haven't got to 2BB yet. We'll get there. It just takes a long time flying between them, doesn't it? Why'd it cut me? So I predict that this will skip me again, but it will not. It will not boot. Like, it won't charge my Super Cruise recharge. Although wait, because I want to also test. Is it in the light? Oh, it's gonna fucking move. Oh, bollocks. Oh no, it didn't, because we're close enough and we'll stay at the coordinates relative to this body. Okay, but it is in the dark during real-time light? No. Any second. The best money farm. Wait, what do you mean by best? Like the one that gives you the most money, or the one that's the most, like, least likely to make you want to never play the game again? Because whenever you chase money, what is your goal as well for money? It did it. It skipped again. Oh, God. Oh, okay, sweet. I mean, honestly, you don't need hundreds of millions for that. So you could literally just get like 5 Stratum Tectonicus from exobiology. You'd have like over 100 million. And then you could just get like a Corsair or whatever. Or you'd be close to it, you know? Bounty hunting, though, you need good combat skills. So I'd recommend bounty hunting just so that you're developing the skills to be able to do it, you know? Because you need to know what you're doing in your ship, so that if stuff starts going wrong, you can react appropriately and not completely shit the bed. It's worth mentioning, when I first got into Goi combat, I very much would shit the bed constantly, and I'm very experienced. They're mental. But they're also like the best combat challenge in the game, so I'm not trying to put you off by any means. Bite nose. Bite nose, yeah, they would have to discount your evidence. Oh wait, we're already time skipped, aren't we? Shit. Abort! Oh, bollocks. Definitely in the dark, time skipped. Sorry, in the dark, time skipped, isn't it? To BA also orbits backwards. Who the fuck is this geezer then?
Scan detected.
So, can you search where the orbital period is negative? What happens if we bring this guy with us into the time skip? He's following me, isn't he? Let me slow down a bit so he doesn't disappear. There we go. So this one's in the darkness in both too. Sorry, 2A. Oh, is that the only... Okay, sorry. Forgive me, sorry. It's that 2A and 2BA have opposing orbital periods. He followed me in. What a brave warrior. Well... Oh, I don't know. I just want to review the data so far with you. Sorry, this will be bright. So, just looking at the 2A data, because I haven't gone back and checked this yet. I can't get this site to do the Super Cruise recharge. It's in the darkness in both light. It is in the darkness in both real time and skipped. But the site we're at now which is this one. It's just that we're like 80 kilometers away, right? So the numbers don't quite line up, but they would if we went over there. Is also in the darkness in both. And we just witnessed gave me a Super Cruise recharge, even when I just logged in out of its radius, flew into it, and then hit Super Cruise, hit recharge. So it's not about the glide. And it isn't about the body. It appears to be about something else related to... I mean, so I guess we need to go back to number 4. And we need to ask ourselves, what does this not have that the others do have, right? On this body. So we're gliding down. We skipped on arrival. Just like we'd think we would, mate. Do you know what I mean? Just like we'd think we would, because that's how it works. Do you know what I mean? That's how it works. Now we need to get a screenshot here, so this works out nice. I think I went down and just didn't save it. Yeah, good stuff. We'll do the trip over and then we'll test to see if it's now charged us. Hopefully it has, and that will mean that we can then focus on the question of what's different about this body. But that's not good science, is it? We just have to take the data as it is and... I'll be the I can. You see it's moving that way and the star will soon be obscured. So this site did just invoke Super Cruise recharge. But it didn't before. So it's about, that was because we flew to it without going too high. Right now, it looks like the rule is that it's based on planet, that 2A can give you the bio sites on 2A can give you a super cruise invoked, a low wake invoked time skip, as well as all invoking the time skip on arrival. It seems to be that the rule is you need to either glide into the instance of the biological site from at least, I think, about 100 kilometers altitude. Like, you need to be coming in super cruise, like that 100-kilometer altitude line. You need to
follow, I follow,
cross
we all follow my Cassie.
07 Lenom in super cruise, and then once you enter the glide, and then as you enter the glide and instance with the biological site, you'll shift, and you'll recharge your super cruise, or you have to make sure that that process ends outside the influence range of the biological site, and then just manually go in, and when you skip, you will also get the super cruise recharge. But you have to have left, you have to have gone above 100 kilometers. So it seems to be that, like, it's based on the body. But you only get one per visit to the body. So you can go to the body, skip at a biological site, fly for hours. You could fly to a point on the body that's miles away from any other biological site, and then skip and see what's there. Right? That's what it would allow. And right now, it looks like it's only on 2A. So we need to do the rest of the science over the next hour or two. But let's just have a quick look at the map of 2A and just see. Is there anything... So, it's got this argon content. What does that mean? I don't know. Now, we haven't looked at the argon content. And it's interesting to me that I'm fairly sure I've also invoked it on 2BB. I don't want to... Does it survive ship go boom? I don't think so. I'm willing to test it, but I don't want to test it right this second because I've just remembered I need to go and get this fucking screenshot, don't I? Let me earn my bowl by getting this screenshot, and then I can have a bowl and we can do the rest of the tests. Maybe we can quickly do that one. Should we do that one? Yeah, we'll do that one. How much? Is there anyone richer that can do that one? This is a fresh account. But why? This is the first time this has happened. I want to be clear to anyone that's watching that isn't being particularly like active in the direct tests like Rosen is with me and some of the others. Like, the way we've got to where we are primarily has been me and Rosen doing exactly what you're witnessing now. We do go through this cycle where we're like, why can you do that and I can't? And we eliminate all these variables until we're eventually like, right, we're confident it's this, and then we set that up and then we do it and the thing happens and we're like, right, we know the thing now. You know, that's what science is. That's how it works. And so we will learn this, but right now we can't. And I want to fucking chin myself. Ah! What does it mean? Fuck you, Frontier. Ah! How do you log in to your other accounts? Like, how does it work? Like, is one on Epic, one's on Steam, one's on Frontier? Or is it like you've got multiple Steam accounts or something? It's just, I don't know if maybe there could be a flag on one that's somehow cross-pollinating into the others. Do you know what I mean? It could be that that's what we're struggling against. What do you mean, Cyber? What happened? I don't know. I mean, loads has happened. We're getting more information. Okay. So the fresh account is like a fresh install through the Frontier launcher. It's a shame we can't get a better solution for that, isn't it? I wonder if there is a way to enrich the existing minifier so that it's just like less shit. Just give it a slight UI and... Do you know what I mean? Like, make it an application that just runs, and then you say, here's my Steam install, here's my Epic install, and then ideally what it would do, I imagine, this is what I would do, is I would make a third location, which is the location that this manages, and direct them both to it. That would be the ideal, and then, like, you could pick, oh, do you want Epic to update this, or Steam? Anyway, I'm suddenly now building a fucking new application in my head that I'm not going to build, so... I'm all words, you know. Oh my god, look at this leaf. Ah, that's like sacrilege. They're well lazy. They've used a machine to trim this rather than by hand. Okay. Mine's just the same game installed twice on the same hard drive. One from Epic, one from Steam. But they do use the same settings file, and they use the same journal storage location. So, like, when I'm running... Like, if I run SRV Survey and then I just turn this off and load the other one, it freaks out. Like, I have to shut SRV Survey too and then load the other save on Steam. And then once it's all loaded and I'm logged in, then I can run SRV Survey. Which makes sense. Like, none of these things are designed for multiple commanders. Which is handy because it shares all of the keybinds as well. So that was really handy getting into... If I change it on one game, it changes it on both saves. But that's what... It makes me wonder if... Then what these fucking plants are doing to me, I don't know. All I know is they're coming around here, they're treating me like a hoe. There is a Radicoida. What does it mean? What does it do? I think we need to bring a SAP 8 core here. I reckon SAP 8 cores are Quirium control units. Anyone in chat right now got a SAP 8 core? I do know how to get one, and it's a pain in the ass. You got to do the pay written. You can only get them through pay written. I reckon that the special molecule that they release is Quirium. Whatever Quirium fuel is, whatever the thing about Quirium fuel was, is this. I've read all these on stream, so I'm not going to reread them all, but... I haven't read this. So Andrew Gasper is... I remember, he is a console of core. It is Alicia. Who's he talking to? That's Sajim. Oh, Nadia. We read this one earlier. There's no real scale here, is there? But I would imagine, given the size of the writing, that that is about a foot tall, isn't it? I would describe that as a foot tall crystal. I literally just wanted to see the pictures. And yeah, so we read these, didn't we? This is the kickoff one. Got to Jack's, where Alicia and that had a chat. This is the one where they find the deep space DSSA carrier that's got all of the tendrils coming out of the frameshift drive. And then this most recent one. No, sorry, is this the one? I've tried Gridge. Are you serious?
Landing gear retracted.
Is it the viewer? Big Chungus, legend. I'm the Big Chungus.
Fuel scooping. Fuel scoop disengaged.
How have I got no data from any of them? Not only is it nice, if everything lines up as it looks like it should... Fucking... Who is it? Commander Jonas Rufen? If you're present, 07. If you're a lurker and you heard me say and you've just done this for that, 07. If there's another purpose for these, then you fucked up by putting it on public availability, because I don't know what to say. I need this shit now. That's I don't give a shit. I'll buy my SAP 8s wherever. That's fine.
Permission granted. A landing pad has been assigned to you.
Landing gear deployed.
It wasn't shooting at me, was it? No.
Contact confirmed. Solid approach. What can we do for you, Commander?
Maybe it's a troll. Touche. It's annoying. I mean, they show us selling SAP 8s. But now that I'm here, and I can't do it. Yeah, yeah. All right, mate. Can I just ask, has anyone in chat got a SAP 8 that they can bring, or I will go and buy one, but I don't want to waste my time jumping all this way if someone's then like, oh, I've jumped there and I've got one. Do you know what I mean?
Loading plan disengaged. We have this done.
That's fine. I only mean it for people that know what it is and have one.
Speed restrictions have been lifted. We'll see you soon, Commander.
Oh, wait. No, 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 no. This is all wrong. This is all wrong. No, don't worry about any of this. No one's selling SAP 8s. No one's selling them. I'm looking at the wrong thing. I'm looking at the buying them. That geezer was offering to buy 5 for 60 grand each. Damn it. Damn it. Back to what we were doing.
Fuel scooping.
It's hilarious. That seems like a Easter egg joke item to me, but we can definitely do it. If you've got one, bring it, or if anyone in chat's got one,
Fuel scooping complete.
schedule that fleet carrier jump.
System scan complete.
Look at this blue mist that it creates, hey? Look at this. Powdery, smoky. You ever seen that? You ever thought about it?
Fuel scooping complete.
So Site 1, which is small, and in the last instance did not invoke a Supercruise recharge time skip. We're going to go and assess whether it's in light during the real time. Looks like they're all in the dark, doesn't it? They're all on the dark side of the planet, all of the biological sites, in real time, on Planet 1. And it's tidally locked. So they all remain in the dark, correct?
Orbital flight engaged.
Let's just go to see what one we're near here. This one's in the light, isn't it? So this is 70-ish. We're 100 kilometers away, though. It's going to be the large site, this, isn't it? The 80 by 68, I reckon. Maybe not. Oh, I'm not sure. Yeah, no, it must be. Yeah, it's the large site, which in real time is in the light. The medium site is in the light, And now we're going to the small site, which is just over here, right? Yeah. Which, hold, is also just in the light. Okay. I did think that. I'm surprised it isn't called, like, RSI box. But it's in the dark. How is this possible if it's tidally locked? Must have an axial tilt. What one's this? Minus 22. That one. N. We're waiting for that to change to 351 or 353, and then we will click Super Cruise and proceed to check whether the time skip happens. We have to wait long enough to see a astronomical shift in the body position of 2A. Will we though? Is it just showing us the distance to its parent? No. Might have to wait 15 minutes or so, but... And currently we are examining the case that Site 1 may have invoked the Super Cruise and we just weren't patient enough to truly test and get objective visual data, you know? And obviously that number there changing from a number back to the number it previously was when we press Super Cruise will be an objective data point, right? That's what we're waiting for. So I'll need to end the stream in about... I need to finish at close to 5. The meal I'm cooking tonight is one of my favourites. It's baked macaroni. I also need to pre-sharpen my knives again. They're all a little bit meh. And I like them to be, like, dangerously sharp. I like them to be so sharp that if you miss by accident, you lose whatever it hits. You know? That's... Oh, Bite, thank you for the watch link. I'll check it out later, and it might be a thing that we pursue Sunday. I don't know what's happening tomorrow. I've tried to get clarity, but I'm not being told. So I guess I can't stream. I'm not sure. Did I have this bolt? I did, didn't I? Oh yeah. Hello, Ross. All who are able, do rise. How are you doing today, Ross? Back to work? He's not too bad. The science is fucking weird. I don't know. There really isn't anything else to do at this part of the test. We just have to wait for body 2A to proceed in its orbit. So we're going around in the same direction as 2, so that's good. We can just assume that it's going this way and this is going this way. But we are catching it up, right? But if you look at the distance of our orbits, like, we're not at opposites. So based on just that motion, you would expect it to go up 353 soon, right? And then looking over here, we're looking at 2A, and 2A goes the opposite direction of whatever. So if we assume that they were going that way around, this one would be going that way round. It should be coming towards us, right? So we would assume to see it go down, and then vice versa. So if we've got that wrong, those opposite, yeah, like, it would still be true. So essentially, whatever we see change here eventually, when we're patient and it happens, from 352, whether it goes to 353 or, I mean, the only risk here is that, how wide is its orbit? Is it more than a light second wide? So 2A takes 5 hours to go all the way around. So about 2 hours to go to the other side, and about an hour to go quarter of the way, right? So regardless whether it's going this way or this way, in about an hour it will be like here or here. But the question is this distance more than 1 light second? Well, we know that there's what? What's the difference? There's a 2 light second difference. It might go down to 351, basically. But it will take a long time. What is this planet's axial tilt? Right, it's not much, but It seems like on, I don't know this yet. We need to check this, but it seems like on body 1, all of the Radicoida are in the light in real time, but in the skipped time, I believe that, well, one should be, I guess. One should be, based on where they look like they were. Because they were all in the dark, just. And this axial tilt, right? So even though it says its rotational period is this, it matches its orbital period, right? So it's tidally locked. How? Like, I thought that would only be true if its rotational period opposed its orbital. Like, if its rotational direction opposes the orbital direction, which is true for the moon, because that is what tidally locked means, isn't it? Because it means that the face that you see is always the same. When you're like, yeah, it spins on its axes in the opposite direction to which it's orbiting, at exactly the same speed at which it's orbiting, which means relative to someone on the parent body looking up at it, it always shows the same face. So if you were on the surface or at the star, you'd always see the same lit face. But in reality, it is a spinning body with an axial tilt, right? So if you are a static position on the surface of this sphere, due to that 2-degree tilt where it's oscillating over time, so the body's spinning, but that axial tilt will precess, right? And the north and south pole will be pointing at different spots over time, which will be a product of the other orbital mechanics, such as its age of its other stuff. Yeah, its orbital eccentricity, etc. And it's that axial tilt which allows the things that are all in the light in real time to be in the darkness, even though it's tidally locked. We need to see some numbers change in these. What do we all think? What do we think we're going to find? Will this result in a time shift, this super cruise? I don't think it will. I don't think it was before. It didn't look like it was. There's kind of like a little stutter that happens when it happens, and I'm getting that. I'm getting no stutter. Oh, that was a good little stand. That was 12 minutes. It seems to be Highlander. Yeah. It seems to be kind of like a cassette tape, like in concept, where the beginning of the tape is the moment that it time shifts you to. And then we can rewind the tape whenever we want by invoking the time skip. But it always starts the same tape, if that makes sense. Now, we haven't scientifically verified that for every single site meticulously and facetiously, because we just have finite time, do you know what I mean? And only so many people testing. But we can do that if we scale it out. Like, it's easy to do those sorts of minute tests if the only test you're going to do is going to be one specific, really controlled test. Do you know what I mean? So I think that's what I might need to do. I think I might need to build the test pack for the community and then present it to the community and wait for the results. Do you know what I mean? I think that's probably a really wise thing that I could do. Use my testing skill set to create that so people can help me directly and be given really strict and precise. Yeah, this is... And look at that plateau over there. How cool would that be? I'm going to have another bottle, and then when I cook this baked macaroni, I'm going to get so locked into it. I'm going to cut every onion piece to the set. Like, that's what happens when I'm really high and I cook. I take ages because I get so unnecessarily facetious about stuff. I'm like, no, I will put the precise amount of heat required into the onion to invoke the caramelization of the sugars. Like, I will calculate it with my eyes and my brain. And then the moment that the caramelization starts to go into, like, true crystallization. I feel that. Get some garlic in there.
Landing gear deployed.
Yeah, I don't know, maybe landing cancels it, so this is breaking the test. I don't... What if turning your thrusters off cancels it? Do you always land, Rosen?
Subscribe will be terminated.
GG's. Grazie, Hafner. Just to remind everybody, we've got music over on Twitch. No music on YouTube, so you can always pick the experience you prefer, depending on the tunes that I'm bopping to. Does mean that on YouTube you might have the awkward cringe experience of me, A, singing along to a song while you're listening to something else completely, which is difficult to avoid, and B, me miming the words to a song and you thinking that I've muted the mic. These are the risks of the modern time. I do wish that Elite was the sort of game where I could build a house on this plateau, like No Man's Sky. I also wish it didn't do that, which I do understand is actually a result of my computer. I know, Highlander. I don't know if I can.
Flight assist on.
I'm bored. I don't want to do this test anymore. I'm gonna have a wee, and then a bowl, and then hopefully the number will change. Well, I can't. This is why I play like ambient music that I can't really sing to. But then they even speak on this, and then I start speaking that because I'll be rad beg. We've got a chill vibe going on, man. We've got a chill vibe. It's all cool. It's all good, brother. We've got some good science going down. I want to press this button so bad. I've had enough. And the problem is, I landed, so I don't even know if the test is valid anymore. Do you think it's valid still? We're currently retesting to see if Site 1 gave us a Super Cruise time skip recharge. I never thought I'd be saying those words in this game. Like, what's that about? I'd love to know what a developer would say if I said all that. Like, to have a live stream where they're, like, Gogglebox, like right now, in the Frontier Cambridge office, there should be a meeting room with a telly on the wall and a webcam. And what I want is I want to do this on that screen with the devs watching. And I want to see how they react. I want to see if they're like, or if they're like, ah, or do you know what I mean? It's medicinal. It's prescribed. I'm on doctor's orders. That's what I'm on. This is the killer, is they could be watching. There could be a couple. There could be a community manager with their eye on this. Like, oh, we don't know. Anyone can lurk and just never type. Damn it. The fact that the functionality of it has changed, or the problem is it may have been that all along this was happening and we just didn't know. Now, again, I do posit that there were many periods where we did lengthy tests, where we were experimenting with different durations in the time skip, and I'm fairly certain we generally left... It's not true. It's so probable that we high-waked out. So probable that we high-waked out. It could have always been the case that this extra Super Cruise thing was there. And that for whatever reason that Rosen can't invoke it was always there. And Rosen's for a long time been 50% of the people that were actually investigating it. So... It's not good enough. He's got 3 accounts. It's not enough. It's not... I can't accept it. I can't accept that Rosen can... can discover the whole thing with me. And then at this point, there's just a glitch with his account that means he can't do this bit. I can't have that. I'm not having that. I'm not having it. Nah. We need to know what it is. It's a thing. It's a thing. There's a thing. There's something. There's something. Artemis suit. Why do, now I've definitely invalidated this right, fuck it. Right, there was no obvious skip. Okay, right, let's go and check. Is Site 2 in the dark? 5.4780 minus 5.8847. Next time Rosen's in chat, can someone ask him if he wears an Artemis suit? He might hear this even though he's on a call, so I'll just say that and it will be on his brain. Does your new do your accounts own and or have equipped Artemis suits, exploration suits? They all do, yeah, because I realise now he's done samples with them all bar the new one. Too much, man. We were 1 megameter away from where we needed to be. I pressed that button. Now we're 2 megameters on the other side. I love that button. I've seen other people doing it. 5 minus 5 is not in the light. I mean, at the end of the day, Rosen's configuration is acceptable enough to discover it in the first place. Do you know what I mean? Like, it... Hi, Crawl. Welcome in. Is this a Radicoida related question? A question related to Elite Dangerous in general? Oh, you're good, you're good. I'm just locked in, man. Oh, this looks easy because I know what I'm doing, but it takes quite a bit of concentration to get right. Whee! Okay, so this one is in the light, right? And we're skipped, right? Yeah, we're skipped. This is not good. Okay. Unless... I mean, this one is more in the light than the first one we were at, right? Which, even though it had this sort of similar situation going on, the sun was, like, legit down, you know, and the site was actually legit in the dark. Like, the terminus was at the horizon. Whereas here, it's, like, sunset. Or maybe sunrise. I'm not sure what they experienced. And the question is, did this give us a super cruise recharge? So I guess the way to know is to go to the point where the sun disappears. You reckon? I can't. The nature of the way this planet moves, it's confusing. It could be more like sideways as well. Like it. Where are we? We're at 8067. So. Okay. So we're near the equator-ish. I don't know, because I don't know what way this... The thing is, this thing doesn't... It's tidally locked. So it rotates at the speed that it orbits at. So it always, like... But it's got an axial tilt. So it's confusing. It's like it orbits, like, in a wobble. Like, if you live on it, you just see the star wobble. And I think here it might... Well, it must. Right, so how far are we now? We're only 26. Oh my god. Stretch. They are stretching. Yes, they are. And we are escaping from the biological site. So some of the shadow stuff is where my computer just can't have everything turned up to the max and stream. So I have to, like, turn it down. I might not need to turn it down as much as I do, to be honest. I do also actually wonder if I was to turn the game up to mega ultra with no anti-aliasing or anything, like really high maximum, but then have DLSS on. Would that be amazing? I think it could be a good idea. So we'd essentially be running the game on like ultra graphics, but at like 720p or whatever. And Florian, I see your message now and I hear you. Like, we are only visiting them in the past. We're only ever able to see them 10 years ago. It's kind of like Tomorrowland. Stretch them shadows, darling over. If there is any variance, we should be able to see it if we sit on this ridge and look out at the shadow line there. Yeah? I'm just gonna hit it. Hang on. Okay, it didn't change. There was no change then. Okay. So, wait. What site's this? So it also didn't change. Okay, that's interesting. Okay. We can go to 2BA now and start more science there. Let's get the target. destination in. It's in there.
You followed Makashi. Thus, you shall live long and prosper.
Agreed. How you doing? How you doing? Midnight rain. Scared. It's so bright. Hi. We're going there. It doesn't look like that. It doesn't have that big river over it. Or does it? Let's have a look. Whee! A crash? Never mind that. We're very close now. Look, there it is. Very easy to get there. Very easy. We just wait for the thing to turn back on.
Shields offline.
Module repaired. Module repaired. Module repaired. Module repaired. Module repaired. Module repaired.
Module repaired. Module repaired.
Never mind that.
Module repaired.
Don't worry about that. All better. Nearly better.
Module repaired. Module repaired. Module repaired.
It varies, to be honest. They ebb and flow. It definitely ebbs and flows. We can turn this off. We can turn that
Thrusters online.
on. We can turn that on. Are we all good? We're all good. Okay.
Flight assist on.
Proceed. Right now we're gathering more data. Data is key. Data is how we get knowledge. And we've got quite a bit of knowledge from previous tests and previous data, but we've always been quite restricted and limited in what we gather just because we wanted to see if it led anywhere immediate, you know? But now we're realizing, right, we need to just like fully document the phenomena and get as much as we can analysed, and there were significant gaps in our knowledge which I'm now attempting to fill in this little sesh. So not sure I'll get it all done today. It's 26 past 4 for me, and as you see up in the top right, that's we'll hopefully get this body complete to be A.
Orbital flight engaged.
Then the light. Real-time light. No, is this skipped? Shit, this is skipped light, isn't it? I don't know. Let's see if it skips wildly. Skipped, it's in the light. Okay. Test 1. So skipped, it's in the light. I didn't get a visible skip there. I didn't check. I didn't even look. I didn't even that didn't. Did anyone notice? Shit. We got this. We got this. I'm frantic. I want to get this data. So, large... This is the large site. Okay. Wait. What? This... Okay. Oh, bless you, Midnight. I feel that. Yeah, that's what I've been doing. I've been... okay, right. So it's in the dark in real time. Okay, sorry. So that was part of my test. That was important. Okay, and then we need to kill this. Kill it. Yeah. So it depends. How did you get your account? Do you play on Steam? If you play on Steam, I would recommend you just buy it on another platform. Like if you were to get it on Epic. Unfortunately, Epic did give it away for free at one point. I don't know. It might still be free available through it. I'm really not sure. Or at least Horizons. Now, you do need Odyssey for HIP 87621. It is locked behind Odyssey. And then the easiest way is to just install the game a second time. That's what I've done here, which is a bit of a pain in itself, but once it's done, it works really quite well. So we're on 2BA, which has a rotational period of 0.7 days, which means it takes... If half a day is 12 hours and a quarter of a day is 6 hours, and it takes around 3/4 of a day, it takes about 18 hours to fully rotate. So about 6 hours to go from light to dark. Right? If you see a sunrise 6 hours later, you'll see a sunset on this moon. But its orbital period is significantly quicker, right? It goes around this body every 0.4. Bless you, Midnight. Bless you. This is good. We should be able to see a number change here. Chuffed. Happy. So, and we did time shift, didn't we? Yeah. And we're about to find out. Once we see a number change. Wait, don't they go opposite each other? Wait, so ultimately they won't change. They'll change at the rate of 2.6 days per orbit. No. It doesn't mean that. It would have changed already. No, it hasn't. You see at the top, HIP 87621-2A. Yeah, there we go. 1.57. Okay. Sorry, I'm just an arsehole. That's literally why I did it. I'm sure in your head you're like, why are you doing this? And that is why. Were there any cool scenes? Oh, that's cool.
Flight assist on.
Okay. What's this one? Wait, where are we? Where are we? We're at... Oh, shoot. It's 2BA. Yes. We're at 2BA. Yeah, that's correct. 2BA. Site 1. Okay. By the way, this, I think, is the largest field, isn't it? This looks like it's the largest field I've seen so far.
Landing gear retracted.
That's a huge bitch. Water level rise. Oh my god, you're so serious. Oh my god.
Do you witness my silence?
Full power. Need elevation. We need speed. Okay, so this is in the dark. The real-time light. Incorrect. The answer is no. This site. It's darkness. Darkness, and then it's light. Oh wow, huge reveal. Okay, and then so skipped light, yes. Damn, check it down, break it down. And you saw that we did a little shift. Now, was it the same shift? I'm certain that it was. Because we tested it all before, but we need to do it in a spreadsheet. Need to see if I get a little love a go. Stop the fucking glide, my friend. Okay. Oh right, no, we can use the gas giant like we do on 2A. This is the same as 2A, just the opposite, right? Relative to it. So just look at the gas giant. Pick a star. I think there's a star emerging on the upper right, sort of 2 o'clock area of it. I think that means that our body is moving to the right in order to be able to see it. Okay, I'm gonna watch that start and pump. Got a little SC recharge. Oh my god, that's new data. Did you see it? Did you see it? Did you see it? Oh my gosh. Yeah. That's science. Okay, we're going down. This will probably be the last one I'm going to be able to get. Maybe no, we're going to the next large site, isn't it? Isn't it? It is. It is. Aye. I like it that this is on the edge of a crater. I hope that this one looks really cool. Where was that gas giant? It is over there, so we will try and park this side and get a better picture still. Let's bring it down.
Landing gear deployed.
Been here before. I know this place. I've done science here. I remember this pain in the ass landing. I think. Heal it. Okay, screenshot. So, save. Achieved. So I'm not sure why the previous one didn't give us a Super Cruise recharge, although I may have just ballsed it up. We would be best served to go back and validate. I think that would be a good use of our time. Minus 8.8321. 70.8260. Set target.
Landing gear retracted.
Unhide. View chat. Boost. Ah, it's only 500 kilometers away. Away we go! It wasn't that one. I don't know what's happening. Did I put the wrong location? No. It's just above us. Oh god, we've locked in. Or I mean below us. You know what I mean. You calm it. Right, so we'll complete our glide all the way into the Radicoida stank. I'm glad that the word was Wordle stank. Stank Wordle words. Can't do words right now, too high, sorry. Right, so I think I'm having like a dissociative episode right now. I need to sit down, that's what I need to do. Ground the mind in the body. Where's the gas giant gone? This number should move, shouldn't it? Because we're moving quick. Our orbit's quick. Around 2B. And 2B... Where's 2B? It's behind us. Yeah. Okay, so 2BB number should change, shouldn't it? The 2BB number soon. But also the stars should move relative to 2BB based on the beginning of the time skip. If we can supercruise charge time skip here, which we should be able to because we did at the medium site just now on this same body. We used the supercruise recharge skip, and that is dark during the real time and light during the day, and this site is the same. It's light now and we're skipped, but if we went up and checked, we would see that it's dark during real time. Unless this is irrelevant, obviously that could not be important, but that's still part of the test. So where is the gas giant then? Let's select it and find out. Over to our left. Okay, but what, it's just hidden? It makes sense. It makes sense. There would be a portion of this body's orbit that wouldn't look at the gas giant. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I don't know what to make of that. I didn't leave enough. I need to do this test. 2 more tests before departure, before stream end. Test 1. Does leaving and then landing result at this site in particular at a supercruise? Like, let's fully eliminate a supercruise recharge from this particular site. turning. Wrong planet. Yeah, okay, yeah.
Orbital flight engaged.
Fresh glide from high on. This should fresh skip us. When we go into the radius. Watch that body there. See it move? When that system link thing came in? That's Kirsty. That's what I was expecting to happen when I pressed the button. We would need to wait a moment to get such a dramatic result. We won't wait that long. We don't need to now that we've just seen that. It did. Okay, right now the data looks so based on this science, because I know that 2BB has precedence of invoking the Super Cruise recharge. I believe that it's fair to say that it is body 1 that is the anomaly in that it does not invoke the Super Cruise recharge for me. If anybody else wants to do this test, that's cool. We still need to work out how this varies between different accounts and people, and I need more people to do this and demonstrate the Super Cruise recharge ability. I guess I'll try to make a better explainer video after dinner tonight, and I'll release that, and then I might even, depending on what happens, I might even just go live again and carry on the testing. I think we'll see, but I do want to go and lock in and do a good job cooking this baked macaroni. I love baked macaroni. I will be back Sunday. I don't know about tomorrow. There's a chance I'll be about tomorrow, but tomorrow is my birthday. So if I am, I'll mention it in the title and we'll go from there and see what happens. So yeah, thank you so much for being with me today. It's been a mad one. We haven't had... Have we made any breakthroughs today? Did we? I think the only real breakthrough today really is the fact that the DW3 law mentions temporal theory, right? Like, are you serious? Well, and that whole spiel in the other one that recited the Drew Wager law about how early hyperdrive technology had the issue with time misplacement, and then it doesn't mention it again. I guarantee you, now that I'm thinking about it, that the reason in the narrative that liar professor woman doesn't like going in ships is because they didn't want her to ever go to these places and see this stuff directly. Because she'd immediately be like, wait, that's just time travel. Like, the fleet carrier, the DSSA fleet carrier that the DW3 have written all this lore on, if you read the reports about how they find the husks of the people, it sounds so much like a sort of situation where they've just been emaciated by time, you know? They like traveled back in time, lived a bunch of time, and then somehow slipped back again to now through whatever way. I don't know. Like, I don't know. I just don't know. I don't know enough about it. But right now, we seem to be the only group that are actively researching like the direct like cause of this. I've got a strong feeling that this system or a system like this hosts Radicoida in the bubble and is the source of Quirium fuel, or at least this molecule is a component in it. I would like to try a SAP-8 core. Anyway, if anyone can get a SAP-8 core and bring it, much respect. So I'm going to bounce. There we go. Do take care. And I may well see you this evening. Quite. Take it easy, man. I'll see you all soon.